Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 61-80. Text Chapter 61 _ A belly of bad water is madly trying to support damage. How long are you going to follow me? Tsunade angrily sat on the chair and turned his head. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Jiraiya, who was only 1 aisle away, scratched his head and said, That what? Sitting a short distance away watching, hissing tongue out, Orochimaru wasn't in a hurry at all. He was not in a hurry, and Liamong was even less anxious. Come on, Hinata has an apple, Anko has a watermelon. The packaged fruit plate is distributed around, and the gangster who doesn't feel bad about spending other people's money is triumphant. Why don't you call me dead? Yakushi Kabuto, who was sitting opposite, stared at a table of fruits, meals and pastries. Since the bastard came to Orochimaru, not to mention that the meal money has been doubled more than 10 times, there are still some monster mobs, which is really maddening. Not demolishing the house today, or tearing down the tiles tomorrow. You say, he won't die if he sucks. The knife and pulling the steak twice, Yakushi Kabuto's heart was bleeding. Beef is an expensive thing to die for. As the first-class beef in beef, steak is naturally worth a lot, and eating a piece is worth 10 pounds. Thank you. The sliced beef was put on with forks, and he greeted the free laborers with a Liamong smile. Looking at the empty dinner plate in front of him, Yakushi Kabuto's anger burned into an ocean. Hinata pushed her share over in disgust. I haven't eaten this one yet, you. Thank you. Yakushi Kabuto smiled reluctantly. I'm not hungry. Don't be hungry, give it to me. He grabbed the plate that he pushed past, and Liamong gave his share to the little secretary distressedly. Don't waste the precious things, they are vegetarians, just feed him radishes in the future. Feed Chinese cabbage without radishes, it's cheap. Brother. Okay, look at how smart Sister Anko is. People know that you have to eat first and then talk about it. These days, you have fast hands, but you don't have to. Eat more to get on the highway. A mouthful of Anko soup and spit out his face, the gang leader took the napkin speechlessly, and Jiraiya Tsunade, who was not far away, looked dumbfounded. Orochimaru's statue at the same table was silent like a clay tire. He figured it out. Don't think about being safe where there is a stinky boy like Liamong. This guy is a scourge for him. heihei168.com. The old man is dead. Throwing a sentence and raising the wine glass, Jiraiya knocked the lively atmosphere to the bottom, and there was no laughter around. Senju Tsunade's hand that lifted the chopsticks stopped in the air, stopped for a moment, and put the dish back into the bowl. If you die, you will die. He's so old, it's time. Why don't you ask him how he died? Jiraiya didn't intend to mention it at this time. But time waits for no one, and he knew that those two guys would never let him invite Tsunade back. So, now I can only fight Tsunade and still have feelings for the village. If it doesn't work. How did he die has anything to do with me. With a sarcastic smirk, Senju Tsunade chewed 2 bites of his food. Don't forget how Naoki died and broke. You still can't let it go, it's been so many years. Shut up, it's you, can you put it down? Suddenly raised his eyes fixed on Jiraiya, Tsunade hated this kind of sarcastic people the most. What are these years? As if the nightmare that happened yesterday was still in front of her eyes, Senju Tsunade will never forget the 2 people who died in her arms, a younger brother and a lover. Except for the parents and elders, the 2 most important people to a woman are all dead. The death is unclear. Master, what happened to Naoki's death? Tsunade would never believe it if he was in the rear and could be attacked by ninjas from the enemy village. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain. The words he said had long since been forgotten, and the only thing he could remember was the helpless expression on his cheeks. Shortly after that frustration, Tsunade asked an almost similar question, saying that it was almost, but in fact it was a name change. Naoki has become broken, the younger brother is dead, and the lovers have left one after another. Unable to get an answer, Senju Tsunade ran away angrily, and since then left Konoha and never went back. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer. It didn't matter to Tsunade. She knew very well why her brother and Duan died. Naoki is born with 2 types of chakra, which is a prerequisite for awakening Mokuden, wood style. Obviously, some people don't want another original Hokage. Tsunade Haim felt an unforgettable pain when he thought of the man who died under the siege of the enemy because of her. Konoha doesn't need Senju. Without an answer, he left the village sadly. Tsunade had already figured it out over the years. The village needs you. The cup in the palm of his hand rippled slightly, and Jiraiya sighed. The past must pass away, and people can't always live in memories. Tsunade, the village. Don't say it anymore. I won't go back no matter what. Juju's words spit out a firm look. Failed in persuasion, was speechless, and Naruto, who was beside him for a long time, was about to open his mouth, and Liamong threw a bun over. I don't have the right to speak here, even if your father is here. His father is Namikaze Minato. He moved a stool over and sat down. Looking at Liamong, Jiraiya wished he could strangle him. Tsunade glanced at Naruto in surprise. She really had nothing to do with the 4th generation of Hokage, and naturally she wouldn't be too curious. On the contrary, it was the uninvited boy who gave her a strong sense of inquiry. It would be better if she could press the floor to death after her inquiry. Jiraiya, you have to have a big face to avoid Faith's coming to invite Tsunade's sister back to the village. I remember, the forehead guard of the original Hokage has been thrown in Konoha, right? Staring at the rippled Yuhishu, he whistled and tilted his head to look at Tsunade Haim, who had no expression on his face. Obviously, this woman is pretending to be confused. It was impossible for her not to know about such a big event in the ninja world. Even if she ignored Shizune herself, she would tell her. There is an older brother who dreams of becoming a Hokage, and there is no reason why Kaden Shizune will not pay attention to the news of Konoha. So why didn't she turn her face? Curiously, he looked at the big cow that was sitting opposite Jiraiya, and Liamong suddenly had a strange idea. Is there really something wrong between the two of them? Probably, it seems, this is also a possibility. In her 50s, she has become an old woman who has defeated the Buddha in battle, and it is impossible to justify not finding a man. Looking at the entire ninja world, it seems that there are not many people who can enter the eyes of Senju Tsunade. And the familiar, only the opposite one is left. Let's forget the poor Uncle Snake. Lu Meng dared to swear to his little bird. That guy would not like even the severely ill patients who came out of the 12 beds of the mental hospital. Stinky boy, what do you mean by that look? The gaze that looked back and forth was caught by someone, and Liamong scratched his head twice. It's okay, you guys continue. I just think, I should take Sister Shizune away, and then find you a curtain. Cover up, and maybe light a few candles. Ah, yes, what you said is so right. Naruto, hurry up and buy wax for the teacher. What Hokage is not Hokage? Can you soak Tsunade back to the village? Are you still afraid that she will not work? Jiraiya, who was awakened by a sentence of Liamong, immediately believed in Chunjism, and was resurrected in a state of blood and blood. But how did he know that there was bad water in Liamong's stomach? An older woman like Senju Tsunade, what had he never seen before? The more diligent you are, the more wasteful you are. If you want to conquer her, you have to cook slowly. Jiraiya, just kill yourself. What is this rhythm? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. Master, the wax is back, look. I not only bought the wax for you, but also bought the flowers for you. Naruto, you. Jiraiya, who turned back to pick up the things, suddenly felt a sense of the sea. This is the wax you bought. And that flower. That's right, it's wax and flowers. Master, are you stupid? The child held the large wax in his hand, and Naruto put the tied juhua under his nose and sniffed it, still fragrant. Jiraiya opened her mouth dully and slowly rolled up her cuffs. You give it to me. Give me death. Boom. His fist smashed the stinky man on the opposite side into the sky. Senju Tsunade snatched Hana and Yu from Naruto's arms and fell to the ground. Lighting the lamp on a date, picking up girls and sending Jiraiya, my mother will be a stranger to you in the future. Cheeksun sat down like a gas bag. Tsunade started to be silly alone. Orochimaru took advantage of the emptiness to repeat the old words, and wanted to ask her to treat Kimimaro. Heal that child, the conditions are up to you. Dead Snake Demon, you also have someone you care about. The beautiful eyes revealed a little surprise. With what Tsunade knew about Orochimaru, he couldn't have given so much to any one person. Tsunade with pleading eyes. Kimimaro has a very unique feeling for him. Well, a child, not later. No way. Jiraiya came in from the outside with a tattered body. Tsunade, listen to me, Konoha can only stabilize the situation now if you go back. Even if there is something between you and the old man that can't be solved, he is all dead and the villagers are innocent. Ask for collection. Fifth watch, it's a bit late, brothers forgive me, but the fifth watch will definitely be finished. Text chapter 62 _ a sudden thought, the wave of memory. They are all innocent and have nothing to do with me, and Naoki and Duan are also innocent. Interesting academy debuts. Tsunade hated this kind of rhetoric. Jiraiya, remember me, it doesn't matter to me whether the villagers are villagers or not, I don't care about them at all. Tsunade, you've changed. Lowered her head in disappointment. Jiraiya never thought Tsunade would say such a thing. The legendary fat sheep broke out unexpectedly, and the dinner ended without a hitch. The three groups of people living in a hotel had their own thoughts. Master Tsunade. Shizune, don't tell me, I will never go back. Tsunadeheim knows better than anyone what that bastard is doing. Senju has been removed from Konoha. With a sigh and a helpless sigh, Tsunade has been a little confused since she got the news, which is why she pretended to be confused in front of Jiraiya. The villagers are innocent. The words that I had repeated several times rang in my ears again. Senju Tsunade took off her bathrobe and immersed herself in Izumi, but the slightly hot cool water could not warm her cold heart. No matter how innocent the villagers are, they can't take the lives of all their Senju clan. Thinking of the two grandpas who created the village, and the grandmother who passed away peacefully, Tsunade felt an inexplicable anger. Reason why the tribe left Konoha was not because they sat and watched the kingdom of Vortex fall. Sake of the village, the Senju clan had already died enough. If it is just a normal death, at least they have no regrets to die for the ideal in their hearts. But, a clenched fist spilled fresh yuhi from the water. Tsunade would never forgive those guys. Continue to fight for the villagers. Inheriting the legacy of her grandfather, younger brother, and lover, and fighting for the village they want to protect, she is not that stupid. It was the village who betrayed Senju first, not Senju who betrayed the village first. Now that he is in danger by his own death, he wants to invite her back to remedy it. What did they think of Senju? Is it an umbrella that comes and goes? When in use, hold it on top of your head to resist lightning, and kick it away when not in use. Why did they do this? Just rely on those so-called villagers. If this is what those people rely on, why should she, Senju Tsunade, care? Konoha was created by her grandfather. Since her grandfather had left her forehead guard, she had no reason to go back because she didn't want to go back. Thinking about the life wandering around all these years, Tsunade suddenly felt empty inside. At this time, she suddenly woke up. It turned out that Konoha's place in her heart was so important. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Lost, only know the pain of parting. This is what has supported me over the years. Senju clan, who laughed at themselves, sneered and cut off their relationship with Konoha, seemed to have no home. Recalling her past life, Tsunade suddenly found that, leaving the heartbroken village, she became a rootless duckweed, without even a single support. The only thing worth remembering is also broken. Uzumaki has destroyed the country. Quietly looking back, Tsunade suddenly had a plan to get up immediately. Even if there were only ruins left, there were still childhood memories. Thinking of Uzumaki Mito's grandmother's gentle gaze, Tsunade clattered out of Izumi. Shizune, rest early, we will leave tomorrow morning. Tsunade-sama, you want. Let's go to the ruins of the country of Vortex. The excited expression froze on his face, and Shizune, who thought Tsunade would return to Konoha, was stunned. The country of Vortex, what are you doing there? Lord Orochimaru, why do you tolerate that kid so much? Are you jealous? The upside-down golden eyes swept towards Yakushi Kabuto coldly, and Orochimaru's frosty voice was extremely harsh. Yakushi Kabuto, whose skin was sore, didn't dare to speak twice, and then he talked about the flamboyant person, and he talked a lot. Orochimaru stuck his tongue out and hissed twice, Kabuto, remember, don't be fooled by appearances. In a way, that kid even surpassed me. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible, everyone has their own strengths. The dark golden vertical pupils narrowed. Orochimaru saw Liamong very clearly. That kid is a person who lives completely self-centered, and he does not care about the eyes of the world. Originally, this kind of person should be lonely without any friends, but if you look at him, even little Enko can be turned around. Orochimaru had an unpleasant rage at the mention of his first cherished student. Yakushi Kabuto is speechless. Doesn't he care about the eyes of the world? This sentence is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Because many times, people do not know what is self. I yawned a lot and went back to sleep. The lonely man in the northern hemisphere was very distressed and was kicked out again. How many times is this? Obviously had a girlfriend of Xiaojiabiyu, but Tenten slept in an empty room at night, which he was aiming at too unreasonable. Anko, Anko, you give me a good weight. Turning back and glaring fiercely at the door, the helpless bastard headed towards the crook, and just after turning the corner, there were more people in front of him. Shizune. Is that you? Going to the rooftop together to blow the evening breeze, a low-key and quiet girl with black hair and black eyes can easily make people feel close. It is really difficult for her to develop such a character when she follows a master like Senju Tsunade around. Do me a favor, please. What help? Of course, the beauty-begging Liamong would not say a word, but he regretted it immediately. Help me persuade Lord Tsunade to let her return to the village, now only you have this ability. Staring at the half-big doll in front of him, Shizune really had no choice. All these years away from the village to walk around, she really wanted to have a stable home. Resolutely shook his head and firmly rejected. How could Liamong agree to such a request? Let Senju come back to Konoha, take a swipe, so that 250 things will be done by idiots. Beautiful Shizune sister, I really can't help you with this one. Please. Kato Shizune burst into tears. I'm sorry. After spitting out the 3 words with difficulty and rubbing oil on the soles of his feet, Liamong really didn't dare to face Shizune. Women with pear flowers and rain are always so hard to refuse. Gently sobbing and tearing into midnight, Gaiden Shizune didn't know what to do. Continue to wander. Nearly 20 years of wandering life, the girl's heart is full of wounds. A snow-white windbreaker was draped over his shoulders, and he slowly looked back, and the small face of the gangster leader's smile was reflected in his pupils. Then what? I can borrow your shoulder to use it, but let's say it first, you are not allowed to ask me again. She shrank her head back in fear, and Shizune, who looked terrified, laughed. With tears in her eyes, the beauty seems sad and happy, and the warmth she relies on quietly has a strange warmth. He was just a child. Toho Yuhi, the sun rose, Senju Tsunade packed up and got up to head on the road. Kato Shizune silently picked up the box and followed behind. Not far from them, Orochimaru and Jiraiya stared at each other. Further back, Enko was standing beside the Liuman who embraced Hinata. The 2 men who watched all this from a distance were quietly hidden in the shadows, and Yuhi-yun's robes with a black background indicated their identities. Itachi, don't we really need help? The shark's face turned purple like a crab's lid, and Kisame Hoshigaki's pale green bean eyes almost protruded from his sockets. Sanin's enough to meet one, and now it's good, they've got a whole bunch of them. Can they really grab the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column from these perverts? Looking coldly at the crowd marching in the distance, Uchiha Itachi said silently, opportunities are always reserved for those who wait. If there is only one, we will be in trouble. But now it is different, they will come sooner or later, and then it will be our chance. Quote. Really? Kisame Hoshigaki doubted the remarks, tilting his head in disbelief. Sanin civil war is possible, but it is not so easy for them to get cheap. Tsunade, are you going back to Konoha? Don't be self-righteous, I'm going to the Vortex Kingdom ruins. Glancing coldly at Jiraiya who was following, Senju Tsunade didn't even plan to enter the village gate. The oblique journey through the country of fire has been hurried for nearly a month. When a coast appeared in front of him, his ears were filled with roars. Take a good rest for 2 days, the country of Vortex is not so easy to enter. He whispered to Shizune, and took a break in the leeward cave. Senju Tsunade looked at the starry sky and went out for a night, full of hilarious images from his childhood. It would be nice if it never grew up. An eagle chirped across the night sky, and the Konoha village, which received the news, lit up. Go and call Kakashi right away. After reading the message sent back by Jiraiya, Homura Mitokado Kaharu Udatane had a headache and didn't understand what the woman was going to do. The country of the vortex has been subjugated for many years, so go there now. Send a support team to welcome the return of the 5th generation Hokage. The village can't afford it anymore. Whether it's Jiraiya or Tsunade, be sure to bring one back to the village. I understand. Nodding solemnly and turning to leave, Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja dogs to call out his teammates. After a short time, the group rushed out of Konoha. Dawn broke Akatsuki, the rising fireball reflected Yuhi on the sea, the sky and the earth were orange and yellow. Seeing Tsunade and the others boarded the boat, Kisame Hoshigaki smiled for the first time, and the smile was extremely ferocious. Until you enter the depths of the ocean. Ask for a reward, the 4th of the 5th watch, I have to save the manuscript from tomorrow. This thing is not too busy, I can't stand it. There is still a chapter, I will go to bed after posting, it is estimated that it will be 9 o'clock, please include more. Text chapter 63_psychic See psychic standing at the bottom of the water looking up at the sky. Brother, when I go back this time, I think, I want to improve my strength. The interesting academy is the first starter. Why do you suddenly think of this? He lowered his head suspiciously, and Lyumin stared at Hinata strangely. Little secret uncle bit his lower lip shyly but firmly. I don't want to be always protected by my brother, I also want to stand beside my brother. Even if it's not of great use, as long as I can help you share some good. Little fool, men are born to protect women. Haven't you seen Sister Anko and said nothing? But comforting, he took the cheap sister to the top of the tank, and Liamong patted Hinata on the shoulder with a smile. Anko, who was eating meatballs in the sea breeze, was not happy at the time. What are you talking about? What do you mean I didn't say anything? That's because you guys started too fast, okay. Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi was an instant kill, and the fish-faced monster only fought one-on-one. Anko, who was secretly prepared for ninjutsu, had no chance at all. How could he be heartless in this kid's mouth? Silently waved his hands and nodded to admit his mistake. Liamong was helpless in his heart, and he couldn't die under the thunder, didn't you hear it? This is good, Hinata is determined. Didn't know was that Hinata knew the interests of those 2 guys better than Anko. If it wasn't for Anko holding her back then, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to stand. A terrifying murder that can make people have nightmares in the daytime, and a massive amount of chakra that can scare people to death. Although the 2 men in black Yuhi robes retreated, they became Hinata's heart disease once they met. If the enemy in the future has this kind of strength, she will not be able to give Lyumin any help other than getting in the way. Our Hyuga family doesn't need this waste. Holding her head up firmly, Hinata, who held her chest tightly, made up her mind that she would not become a waste, she would become an assistant. Even if you can't stand side by side, stand behind your back. I don't want to burden my brother anymore. Gululu's blisters quietly rose from the dark place on the bottom of the sea, and the faces of Itachi and Shark hidden in the shark shells raised their heads silently. Jiraiya, you're still so shameless. Orochimaru, you are no better than me. Standing side by side at the bow of the boat and mocking each other, the two men who wanted to abduct Tsunade away squinted. One with white hair exploded into a hedgehog, the other with a long tongue and a dead look on their faces. With sparks. You give up, Tsunade will never go with you anyway, she never promised you. She didn't promise me, she promised you, stinky snake, don't be too self-righteous. Toad, looks like it's been a long time, you need to clean up again. Aha, I just happen to be missing a snakeskin bag, why don't you give it to me? The heads that got closer and closer looked at each other with half a finger apart, and Tsunade, who couldn't stand it, threw a wine bottle and slammed it into the bow. If you two make a quarrel, just get out of here. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Her temper is still so irritable, and she doesn't settle with age at all. Just like your dead face, people can't help but feel disgusted when they see it. That's what we at Sanin are like. It's impossible for everything in the world to be the same. Unity is not our style. There will always be discord somewhere. That's why we've gone on different paths. That's why you destroyed Konoha. Although Orochimaru didn't do all of the Konoha disaster, and he wasn't the main point, but this guy was the source, and without him, the bastard wouldn't be let down. The kid took advantage. Using the mouth of the dead to speak of the living and the dead, and destroying all the glory that Konoha once had, how much hatred can this kind of damage be done? After careful investigation, Jiraiya found that the problem here is unimaginably simple. Compared with the turmoil caused by Liamong, the grievances he himself suffered were nothing. However, it was such a little humiliation that caused the turmoil that was about to spread throughout the entire ninja world. In the end, is Konoha doing too much, or this kid is too small? The lecherous fairy really can't figure out. Orochimaru, who summed up the language, raised his head. The destruction of Konoha is not entirely because of hatred, it can even be said that it has nothing to do with hatred. For me, tears have no meaning. Since I was chosen by God, I must abandon everything to explore the truth in this world. At first, you may feel sorry for your cruelty and horror, and often cry away to enjoy destroying Konoha, just to prove himself. Snakes like moving things. Konoha has been quiet for too long. I don't like it, so I teased it. Quote. The old man is right, you're a lunatic. Thank you for the compliment, it's been a long time since I received such a sincere evaluation. Orochimaru, who spit out Yuhi's tongue and hissed twice, was not ashamed but proud, and spent a lot of time talking with his companions. Long-term loneliness always requires venting, but there are not many people worthy of his conversation. Unfortunately, there are two of them in front of you. Jiraiya. Tsunade, standing beside him and lying on the beach chair, sighed after hearing Orochimaru's words. The three apprentices taught by the same master ended up walking in different directions, even in opposite directions. Orochimaru chose to pursue the truth, Jiraiya chose to seek protection. What about her? The fat sheep of the second Sanin, the legendary first female ninja, the originator of the medical ninja, suddenly felt that he had failed like that, as if he had lost himself since he left the village. Too much nostalgia for the past. Thinking of the pain that lasted for 30 years, Senju Tsunade suddenly asked, can people live beautifully only by forgetting the past? Don't go to extremes, forgetting the past is betrayal. Looking back suddenly, Jiraiya didn't want to be a passerby with Tsunade. Orochimaru also hissed twice, man, it is necessary to indulge in sentimentality and imagine past images to further confirm your determination. Tsunade, your mind is too fragile. If you can't take revenge, don't remembering the past. Hatred can only be exchanged for meaningless pain. Quote. Orochimaru, with a stern voice, Konoha's already messed up enough, and Jiraiya will never allow anyone to do it again. The corners of his mouth raised in disdain, Sanin Leng-kun turned his head. All that has been said, and now all that needs to be done is to wait for the results. This kind of thing has been done many times in the past, but all of them are to fool the immature children. He is not sure whether he can arouse Senju Tsunade's revenge. The process of choosing is painful and difficult, which is not only a test of one's own mind, but also a decision to reselect a direction. Just when Senju Tsunade indulged in the past to find the direction of life, Kisame Hoshigaki, who had been waiting for a long time, finally made his move. Once he made a move, it was the ultimate move. Shark muscle and human body fusion. Facing Sanin, it would be courting death if I didn't show my housekeeping skills. If I were in other places, I really didn't have the courage to take action. But it's different here. The ocean is my domain. Sweden, water style, infinite shark. Hand seal, hands slammed in front of him, and 0 shark-shaped water bombs that rushed out like fireworks blasted towards the ship overhead. Such strong chakra fluctuations are not good. Come to us. Are all strong men who have been famous for a long time, and the name of Sanin is given for nothing. The other party is a Sweden, water-style, ninjutsu-type ninja who uses psychics. The ship was destroyed, and in the face of the unknown enemy in the ocean, it would be a brain dead if you didn't protect yourself first. Make the same decision at the same time. Sanin, who bit his thumb, waved and patted the empty space. 3 huge white mushroom clouds exploded, and the psychic beasts that met each other instantly widened their eyes, each as tall as a 7 or 8-story building. Toad Bunta with a copper-headed hardcore smoking pouch in his mouth. A snake with a triangular head and a purple Madara pattern. Attack power normal healing ability pervert, slug. Jiraiya, are you planning to have a class reunion? Orochimaru, if you don't give me enough offerings, I'll stop with you. Master Tsunade. Completely different characters, completely different psychic beasts. Sanin 3 psychics. The scene that has been missing for decades is staged again on the sea leading to the country of Vortex. Toad Wentai, who had a black head and a scar on his left eye, said, "Is that kitten your opponent, or are you going to fight this stinky snake this time?" Wentai, I think you are impatient. The enemy hadn't seen any trace yet, so he pinched himself first, and Liamong, who was lying on the top of Zaifeng's head, had a black line on his forehead. The enemy is underwater. Although she wondered why the tigers summoned by the stray manes could fly, Jiraiya knew that this was not the time to pay attention. Hearing that the enemy was hiding in the water, the 3 psychic beasts turned black. Who is going down? Looking at each other, Wan Shi turned his head away, and Wentai's 2 toad eyes looked into the air. The ghost shark, who the cat wanted to attack in the water shark bullet, looked at Itachi blankly. That's the psychic beast they are famous for. We are going to fight against such a guy. Ninja is a profession that requires patience. You are too impatient. Yuhi Sharingan watched without any fear, and a trace of admiration flashed in Uchiha Itachi's vague eyes. Such existence may be the master's own destiny, and powerful people are qualified to write the rules. When will the bird that yearns for freedom open its wings? Sasuke, brother is waiting for your flight. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. The 5th of the 5th watch, the most satisfying chapter today, written with a cup of bitter coffee, for the sake of hard work in the cloud, brothers and sisters, give me some strength. Don't keep the monthly pass, let's keep long hair. Text chapter 64_Zephyr is not a cat. What kind of person raises some kind of dog? How long it has been? 5 minutes after the 3 psychic beasts appeared, they floated by in the blink of an eye, and nothing popped out from under the sea, as if the attack just now had never happened. Heihei168.com. Scared away. Hinata, look with Byakugan. The veins around the milky white eyes floated and looked down. The little secretary glanced for a long time and lowered his head. Yes, I'm sorry brother, Hinata is really useless. The enemy is too far away, I can't see it. Byakugan's range is only 1 kilometer, so don't be embarrassed. With his gray-brown pupils looking down, Mitarashi Enko reminded Liamong. The gangster patted Hinata on the shoulder comfortingly, sitting on the head of Zaifeng and looking down. The calm sea, Wentai, Wan Snake, and Slug each occupy one side, constantly scanning the bottom of the sea in a triangle shape. Jiraiya, Are you sure there is someone underwater? The big pipe in his mouth exhaled a thin piece of mist, and Wentai's claws on the short knife shrank. Speaking of a short knife, it is relative to the height of its 7 or 8-story building. The length of this toad's short knife is definitely more than 10 meters. Pervert is speechless. The lecherous immortal grinned brightly, not knowing how to answer. Where is the enemy, Orochimaru? The purple-striped giant snake coiled into a spiral, and the snakes hated the sea breeze here, and even the sea water here. I want 200, no, 300 living people when I go back this time. Matsuri, or I'll eat you. Shut up, if you don't want to be cleaned up, Matsuri will give it to you. Wanshi has a bad temper, and Orochimaru has an even worse temper. But in order to use this guy, he had to make appropriate compromises. Hearing Orochimaru's agreement, Wanshi immediately shut up and selectively ignored the previous words. Clean up, there is less time for the two of them to clean up with each other. In the ninja world, the relationship between him and Orochimaru is probably the worst. Fighting is a common thing, and there are too many times with desperate efforts. Master Tsunade, do you want me to go down and have a look? Slugs are always more reliable than two bad-tempered guys. Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes looked at the water surface and shook his head gently. Since the opponent can lurk in the water, he must be very good at water warfare, and you may suffer a loss if you go down. The toad and the stinky snake over there have this ability. It's a pity that their two masters are too useless. Tsunade. The two pairs of eyes brushed and turned, and both Jiraiya and Orochimaru sighed. However, I have to admit that what they said is right, the two of them are really not very obedient. Toad Wentai is a typical underworld member. He stood on the top of Mount Myoboku and worshipped him. There are indeed many younger brothers under his hands. Interesting Academy first release. Not to mention one snake, this guy who wants to eat people when he comes out, can imagine how stinky his temper is. If you want these two guys to fight in the sea, it is impossible for the sun to hit the earth and come out. I don't want to go back with sea salt, it's too uncomfortable. The grave-sized toad narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly, and Mrs. Wen had no intention of entering the sea. Although 10,000 snakes didn't deal with it, they also had the same idea, go into the sea. It is true that Lao Su can go into the water, but Lao Su never planned to go into the sea, the ghost knows what is inside. No matter how arrogant psychic beasts are, they will not be so arrogant that they think they are invincible. Wanshi is very aware of the horrors of the ocean. Even during the war between the ancient tailed beasts, no one dared to get in the water with 3 tails. Come to a pair of dead pair, even Kyubi, 9 tails, can only show his might on land. The ocean will always be the world of Gigi. Those who are knowledgeable know how to be afraid. The snakes are reluctant to enter the sea, and the slugs are too weak to fight underwater. Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru thought to themselves, and decided to enter the country of Vortex first. Let's go. Pretty Face swept aside and drove the slug on its way. Seeing this, Jiraiya snorted twice, and Wentai from the bottom swept his eyes to the side. Stinky snake, do you have the guts to compare your speed? Dead toad, I think you are impatient, can you beat me in speed? You can't compare it, and you won't know until after the comparison. What are you screaming for here? It was difficult for them to meet once, and they didn't get into a fight without getting angry, which is the character of Wentai and Wanshi. The two guys discharged their anger from the air, paused for a moment, and jumped out. A frog with a mouth, 2 eyes and 4 legs, plop. Thump. Wentai, who jumped up, was indeed a toad, and the 2 long legs were crooked, and they jumped for hundreds of meters. The snake's tail swaying side by side with it, the S-shaped forward dragged out the old waterline, and rushed forward like a torpedo missile. At the beginning, Wentai was able to take a little advantage, but later on, the solar terms were worse. Although the toad jumps fast, it has a natural disadvantage, and it does a lot of useless work together. The 10,000 snakes were different. People flung their big tail against the sea surface and rushed out, and the water surface was slippery than the ground, which took a lot of advantage invisibly. Dead toad, I really want to swallow you this time. He turned his head arrogantly and mocked. One snake's arrogant approach was so arrogant that Wentai wished he could use the knife on the spot. Stinky snake, wait for me. Quote. Biting his pipe and using his strength to suckle, Toad Wentai burst out with all his strength, and every time he fell, he would leave a small impact on the sea. Thump, thump, he seemed to be resentful. They have such a good relationship. Mitarashi Anko sighed against the sea breeze as he smiled and patted the lewd man's shoulder with wide eyes. The bastard with black lines on his forehead glanced down dully, but he didn't see anything friendly between these two big guys. Sister Anko, do you have a high fever? Stinky boy, I think you're on fire. Chuckle, Hinata's little face. Yuhi clung to the long hair on Zaifeng's back, and the golden tiger, which was already 4 or 5 meters tall, ran after him with a roar. The wind stirred the clouds, and the Uzumaki around the vortex country were everywhere. These long-lasting Uzumaki were their best defense. If there is no insider to lead the way, if you want to go in, you will be courting death. It is precisely because of this that Uzumaki, a distant relative of Senju, was able to establish a country here to recuperate. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the barriers are, they cannot resist the betrayal of traitors. It is a complete joke to say that the countries of the continent are afraid of the seal technique of the vortex country. Although there is indeed a fear of sealing after the distribution of tailed beasts, it is indeed some people in Konoha who really gave them the courage to shoot. Ruined the Uzumaki family, who had a natural barrier, but also made the Senju family run away in anger. Coming to this place again after many years, Tsunadeheim's tears fell. Master Tsunade. I'm fine. Raising the back of his hand to wipe away the tears, Senju Tsunade lowered his eyes and nodded to the slug. I'll retire first. After a sentence was finished, the smoke dissipated, and Wentai and Wanchi, who heard the sound, glared at each other. Take care of your stinky snake next time. Jiraiya, don't call me in this kind of ghost place in the future. Dead Toad, I must swallow you next time. Orochimaru, don't forget the Matsuri product you promised. Bang, bang, the smoke dissipated with 2 bangs, and the reassembled crowd stepped on the water. Deep under the sea, Kisame Hoshigaki spit out a bubble, facing 3 giant psychic beasts at the same time. His pressure is not ordinary. The reason why Sanin can become famous in the ninja world has an inseparable relationship with those 3 perverts. Itachi, are we going to attack? Wait, if we don't get the chance, we'll do it when they come back. These people can't stay together forever. Your patience is always so full. I hate such boring waiting the most. Waiting can make a person progress, and impatient ninjas are not qualified ninjas. Sharingan swept away. Uchiha Itachi knew the characters of his companions very well. Kisame Hoshigaki curled his lips dejectedly. I was the former Anbu sub-commander. Then why did you defect? Rarely joking, Uchiha Itachi's icy expression made him angry. Ghost Shark's livid shark face turned cold. You've been in Anbu too, you should know where it is. A false life always makes people feel less of themselves. Although as a ninja, you shouldn't have a sense of existence. But I still want to be able to live with dignity. It doesn't matter if I become the bad guy in the eyes of the world, because their opinion is just a joke to me. Is there a sense of existence? Silently crossed his hands in the water shark, and looked at Uchiha Itachi over the sea. Following Senju Tsunade running back and forth among the Uzumaki, the stray man riding on the west wind's back was covered in water stains. I really don't want to come to this kind of ghost place a second time. Roar. A roar in the sky is counted as a response, and Zaifeng also doesn't like the feeling of getting wet. Be optimistic about your psychic beast. Be careful to die if you go to the wrong place. I know Tsunade's sister, but Zephyr is not a psychic beast, it's my pet. The slap on the head lightly patted the wet striped forehead. Sanin was stunned by the flamboyant words. Pet. Anyone else keep this as a pet? This stinky boy is so mysterious. Buzzing humming lightly twice, the 2 dolphins with their little hooves looking at Shizune, Xiaoshangzu's whole face was contorted together. Don't be afraid, it won't eat you. Turning his head to look at Zaifeng, who was obviously malicious, Dudu didn't believe this sentence at all. Terrifying big tiger with a bad laugh and eyes full of food, obviously just wanted to eat it. Okay, don't scare the pigs again, I'll get you something to eat later. He patted Zaifeng's forehead a little hard, and Liamong, who turned over and jumped onto the land, was immediately stunned. This place. Seeking collection, and, seeking monthly pass, will start 3 shifts today. Brothers and sisters, please support the cloud at the end of the month, thank you in advance. Text chapter 65 _ The oath that resounds through the sky is used to the belief that pierces the sky. There are many ruins and houses collapsed everywhere. Even after decades of separation, it is a pity that you can see the tragic war of the year. Interesting Academy first release. Look at the traces left in those house walls. The wooden archway with a height of tens of meters was cut off by something unknown. Judging from the traces of the break, it was obviously the result of a split. Maybe a giant stick, maybe a big knife, maybe something else. In addition to this shocking wooden archway, other places are not simple, the big pits of various powerful ninjutsu, the strange scars caused by various secret techniques, walking in the ruins of the country of Vortex, just it seems to have returned to the ancient battlefield that is being torn apart. This is a war destined to become an epic memory, a slaughter full of intrigue and madness. Oh poor country of Vortex, watching it, Senju Tsunade is full of tears. I'm sorry I came back too late. Knees, facing the lost kingdom, Senju Tsunade shed tears of remorse and remorse. Unstoppable tears ran down their cheeks. Looking at the woman lying on the ground crying bitterly, everyone was a little heartbroken. Tsunade. Get out of here. Pushing Jiraiya down, who wanted to comfort him, Senju Tsunade glared at the man angrily. Look at it, Jiraiya, look at it, look here, look at everything here, you still have what's the reason for me to go back to Konoha? Tsunade me. The words stuck in his throat couldn't come out, the lecherous immortal really couldn't explain it. You have the nerve to leave the logo of the Kingdom of Vortex behind your back, what a disgusting face, are you bullying our Senju clan? Grabbing 2 handfuls of dirt with resentment, Tsunade would never forgive Konoha for having mistakes made. Not only because of the death of his younger brother and lover, but also because of the ruined country in front of him. The country of Vortex to Konoha cannot be counted by reason. What Konoha owes the country of Vortex, the mainland also owes the country of Vortex. But these bastards who owe the country of Vortex actually destroyed the country of Vortex. Kindness repays vengeance, this is kindness vengeance. Counting with your fingers, which country on the mainland seals tailed beasts is not spread from the country of Vortex. But precisely because of this, they were extremely afraid of this country, and then formed a coalition under the betrayal of shameless traitors. Was Konoha doing at the time? Haha, this village that owes the most to the country of Vortex actually used the excuse of not recovering its combat power after the 3 wars, and sat and watched the country of Vortex fall. The first generation of Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki, column power Uzumaki Mito. The second generation Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki, column power Uzumaki Kushina. The third generation Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki, column power Uzumaki Naruto. Really ironic. He clearly wanted to keep the tailed beast master in his own hands, but he had to find a disgusting excuse. The high-level Konoha was extremely disgusting. 3 generations, Danzo, Kaharu, Menyon, these 4 old guys, none of them are good people. The 3-generation old man standing at the front desk is actually full of bad water. Danzo didn't do anything good by hiding in the dark, and the 2 fought to sing the double reed better than anyone else. How Bashi died, how his cousin died, Senju Tsunade will never forget. First White Fang, then Orange Water, the Mesozoic powerhouses passed away one after another, and later even their Sanin was attacked. First, the younger brother Nawaki was assassinated by the enemy village ninja when he was out on a mission. Tsunade couldn't understand, how could the rear of Konoha be infiltrated by the enemy village ninja? Penetration doesn't matter, why does it happen so coincidentally? Not long after Nawaki's death, she was surrounded and annihilated by an enemy village ninja ambush on the battlefield. If the lover hadn't sacrificed his life to save him, he would have died in the Third War. Disappointed, he left Konoha angrily, and he has been gone for 30 years. Not long after Tsunade walked on his forefoot, Orochimaru was expelled from the village in the name of an experiment. Although Tsunade also felt that it was wrong to do that, but which country did not do it secretly? Orochimaru is gone, and Jiraiya is not. Speaking of Sannin, this guy is the most slick. He is pretending to be a top 2, and seeing that the situation is not good, smearing oil on the soles of his feet is a top 3. Such life experience and past, how could Senju Tsunade go back to Konoha? Jiraiya, are you here to give me a reason? The villagers are innocent, that's my reason. The words I said several times in the past were brought up again, and the lecherous immortal's eyes were particularly serious. No matter what the high-level fight is, it has nothing to do with ordinary people. We can't because of the darkness of the power struggle, just let the ordinary villagers die. Go back, Tsunade, Konoha needs you, and only you can keep the village alive. The villagers are waiting for you, Hokage, 5th generation. Don't say these nice things. Jiraiya, you want me to go back, not because of me, but because of my surname. Because my surname is Senju, because my grandpa gave up on Konoha, you got slapped in the face, that's why you want to call me back. You're right, Konoha owes you Senju. But you can't just let the villagers die because of that. I said, their life and death have nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Pointing out a finger to Jiraiya's face door, Tsunade walked towards the ruins. The villagers are innocent. No matter how innocent they can't be more innocent than the Kingdom of Vortex. The dead souls of distant relatives are watching me, and they want me to help the enemy to watch the house. Dream. I didn't destroy Konoha with my own hands, you should be lucky. Tsunade, you, repeatedly persuading people to and fro not only did not persuade people to return, but destroyed the last trace of friendship. Jiraiya, who heard the chill in Tsunade's words, understood that he had failed completely. If you continue to persuade him, it will really arouse Tsunade's ferocity. If this woman gets angry, she doesn't care about anything. The name of Sannin is the fierce name played in the battlefield. Cold Kun Orochimaru, Crazy Ghost Jiraiya, Fat Sheep Tsunade. The first two knew that they were ruthless people, but the insiders knew that the one who really couldn't be irritated was neither the Cold Kun nor the Mad Ghost, but Tsunade, the fat sheep whose nickname sounds very soft. A hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. No, wolves can't describe Senju Tsunade's ferocity. If she goes crazy, she'll be the first female Tyrannosaurus Rex. A Tyrannosaurus Rex in sheep's clothing, this is the true portrayal of Tsunade Heim. Jiraiya, it looks like you can't do it anymore. Hissing smirk raised the corners of his mouth, and Orochimaru was already here today. From the moment he left the village, he knew that Konoha would not get better, and now that the prediction has come true, the exhilaration in his heart is beyond words. I will watch it go to destruction with my own eyes. There is no eternal group in the world. The longer it exists, the more it becomes corruption. Jiraiya, you go to ruin with that rotten village. I have foreseen your future. Dead face, don't let you talk nonsense there. The village will not perish, it will be reborn. The will of fire will be passed down from generation to generation. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine. The village, and let new leaves sprout. The true power of ninjas is revealed when they want to protect those they treasure most. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not allow anyone to destroy the village, and the glory of my father will not be desecrated. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will kill you. The words uttered by the aura burst resounded through the sky like thunder, and everyone stopped in the ruins of the country of vortexes. Senju Tsunade that will walk past the ruined archway. Kato Shizune with a complicated expression. Ridiculous Orochimaru. Turning around and staring at the high-spirited child, no matter what everyone's ideas are, they have to express their admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps, this is the real Uzumaki Naruto, a guardian stronger than anyone else. Like his father, he loved the village and was willing to give everything for it. Not because of power, not because of fame, but because there are people who need their protection. Even if they paid any price for it, they had no regrets. I'm so proud of you, boy. It doesn't matter if Tsunade can't be found, it's enough to hear those words. With Naruto, there is no tomorrow for Konoha. Snapped, snapped. There were 2 rounds of applause, and he let go of Hinata's slack and nodded, yes, really good. Uzumaki Naruto, from now on, you are removed from the Konoha gang. Boss, blurted out exclamation and widened his eyes in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Liamong dumbfounded. Where there is light in the world, there is darkness. You, who have been treated unfairly since you were a child, were really not easy to find light in the dark. The reason why I accepted you into the gang was because I couldn't bear it, it wasn't true. I need you. Gangs are not a place for good people, and now that you've found your way, it's time to leave. Gangs don't need you anymore, you don't need gangs anymore, and we have completely different ideas. Boss, don't say anything else. You don't want to do anything when you steal people's money. I know we are not the same. Liamong said and looked at the sky. There is no pure black and white in the world, you live the sun. Yes, the sunshine makes people feel stinging. This world is a world where the strong eat the weak, but you think too much of it. Good people don't necessarily make good things. If the original Hokage can be relentless and unify the continent, it will not be. World War II and 3 World Wars. Although a unified country will still be divided after a long period of decay, there is always a period of peace and happiness. When people fight against each other, there will be no real peace in the world. The era of Onmyoji and samurai is ended by the era of ninjas. The era of ninja will also be ended by other eras. This is heavenly path. Quote. The eyes that looked up at the sky swept to the 4 directions, the eyes of the radiant, annihilated. Shizune. Who? Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly pass, are the most satisfying chapters so far. In this chapter, the cloud has written all the conflicts between different concepts. I hope my friends can like it. Anyone who has an opinion can come to the group to discuss. Text chapter 66 _ the so-called awakening to cut off the sneak attack of the past. The broken beam of the house fell to the ground, and everyone who was deeply shocked by the flow of light woke up. Heihei168.com. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Orochimaru. The 3 legendary figures of the ninja world all had an unbelievable tremor. Is this really what a baby can tell? Compared to the gleaming light looking at the sky, regardless of Jiraiya or Naruto's insistence, it's flimsy to make people laugh. Perhaps only Orochimaru, a madman who pursues immortality and wants to break through all the truth in the world, can compare with it. Damn boy, I like you more and more. Xing Yuhi's long tongue spit out hiss twice, and the Liuman who was struck by the thunder almost dropped his head to the ground. Uncle Snake, can you be more clear next time? I'm not going to do it. You. The pale face twitched violently, and Orochimaru realized that he shouldn't have answered the bastard. Which one is the real fluff? Whether it was the prophet who spoke bluntly about heavenly path just now, who had foresight, or the undistinguished bastard in front of him, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were a little confused. But no matter what it is the same for Hinata. She only knows that she likes this person and wants to stand behind him. Without Liamong's care over the years, Hinata really doesn't know if she can persevere. We at Hyuga don't need such waste. Gently hugged her arms and pressed her little head to her chest, the little girl who needed care shed tears happily. He's a nasty little bastard. Mitarashi Anko made the final assertion, puffing his cheeks in a huff. Crowd paused for a while and continued to move forward. Kisame Hoshigaki, who came out of the water with 000, turned his head and said, that kid has a wise head, very similar to you. He is stronger than me, and his vision is farther. But because of this, he is suddenly in front of him. No matter what the heavenly path is, we are all human beings. Humans are not heaven, and we can't live that long. So we only fight for the day and the night. Do not seek the future. What will happen in the future has nothing to do with us. After 100 years, everything will turn to dust. The future generations should be concerned about the future generations. We don't need to pay attention at all, and it is meaningless to pay attention. You're so ruthless. It's not ruthless, it's called reality. Known by the 3 generations of Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, who has been able to think like a shadow since the age of 7, is also able to penetrate the world. But unlike Lu Meng, who chose to follow the crowd and only care about himself, he bravely challenged his fate. As a result, he was broken and bloody, and finally he could only pin his hopes on his younger brother. Do you regret it? Uchiha Itachi never thought about that because it didn't make any sense. Wait, they're about to part. Jiraiya, how long are you going to follow? Now that he said that, he shouldn't continue to follow. Senju Tsunade looked at the lecherous immortal with a very unkind look. Follow me any longer, and I will let you sleep here forever, and the kingdom of Vortex will be endless. The soul of the dead to accompany the sin. Quote. Naruto, let's go. I wanted to accompany the last process to say goodbye to the past, but I didn't expect that they would not even give this opportunity. A long sigh, he grabbed the 4th generation son and turned to leave. Jiraiya's background was desolate, and Young Frog became a passerby from then on. Interesting Academy first release. Jiraiya is gone. The cat's mung-bean eyes lit up in the soil, and Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Itachi excitedly. Should we do it now? They shouldn't come to help. Everything has an accident. Just in case, it's better to go to sea and do it again. I'm afraid something will happen. The ghost shark also knows that returning to the sea is the best way to do it, but his 6th sense tells him that if he doesn't do it for a while now, there will definitely be trouble. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the direction where Orochimaru and Tsunade left and shook his head. The relationship between Sannin is complicated, and it's not good for us to do anything here. Let's go back. An eagle squeaked through the sky, and Itachi, whose voice was suddenly fixed, narrowed his Sharingan. Konoha's support is here. Trouble. The iron-green shark's face froze slightly and manipulated his body to sink into the ground. The ghost shark understood that their mission this time would be over. Who will be the support from Konoha? Looking at the 2 boats entering the land of waves from afar, Uzumaki Naruto shouted excitedly, Mr. Kakashi, Master Guy. Lord Jiraiya. The gray-white broom head scratched twice, and Kakashi greeted the lecherous fairy. Might Guy, who was standing next to him, interjected anxiously, where's Tsunade-sama? She won't go back. With a long sigh and shaking her spiky head, Jiraiya walked towards the boat lonely. Might Guy suddenly became an eggplant. Master Jiraiya, Master Tsunade she. Slowly turning around and looking at the way down, the dignified 5th generation Hokage slowly clenched the Kiba pass. I don't want to make this decision, but for Konoha me. Can only say sorry. S-level mission. Stop the combination of snakes and sheep. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and similar. I order you as the 5th generation Hokage. Follow me to kill Konoha Super S-level missing Nino Orochimaru, S-level missing Nin Deadwood Stray and prevent their possible union with Senju Tsunade. Quote. Master Jiraiya, the boss is him. Naruto, you have to understand that no matter what reason the kid has, he has deeply hurt Konoha. Since the old man has decided to take over the 5th generation Hokage, he must be judged. Now, the old man officially announced that the Deadwood is in Chunin. During the exam, he was convicted of conspiring to subvert Konoha, and he immediately informed the ninja world after returning to the village. Quote. The order that could not be refused was given, and Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes dully, not understanding why the 2 gangs who were fine just now were about to fight to the death in a blink of an eye. Master Jiraiya, Teacher Kakashi. Looking at the distant sea and breathing in the sea breeze, the pale-haired Toad Immortal sighed, and pressed Naruto's yellow-haired head as if helpless and warning, you have to remember, this is the fate of ninjas. Why? We obviously ate together. Why do we want to be with them? Naruto. Jiraiya, voice was deep. Their union endangers Konoha. For the sake of the village, the old man must make this decision. I don't want to hurt them more than you, but as Hokage, the safety of the village must be released. First, your father, Namikaze Minato, knew that there was a conspiracy behind him, but he still sacrificed himself to seal Kyubi, 9 Tails. This is righteousness. As his son, you must understand this truth. Quote, Master Jiraiya, I understand what you want to say. Your relationship with Kuchiki Liamong is the same as me and Orochimaru Tsunade. But in the face of Konoha's safety, even a former close friend must have the courage to use a knife. Don't forget, the damage done by the village. I came, I went, I didn't come out. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to say that I understood, but let him shoot Liamong, but he couldn't clench his fist. During the 6 years of his life at the ninja school, how much hardship would he have had to endure if he hadn't been protected by the Liumen? Naruto, who has been treated differently since he was sensible, knows in his heart who is truly good to him. He really can't do it for those who have hurt him before, and to those who have been protecting him all the time. Even if he decides to stay in the village and become a shadow because of his father's relationship, he is not willing to do anything to hurt Liamong. Why should the wrongs of the past be borne by the present? Master Jiraiya, the boss is at fault, isn't the village gone? Before the incident, you were not Hokage, why should you care about the past? Naruto, you must understand that there are some things that you can't do if you don't want to do it. This is your position as a ninja. Since you choose one side, you must give up the other side. Do you understand? The extremely heavy 3 words were uttered, and Jiraiya herself burst into tears. Choices are always difficult. From the words he just said, he knows that he has no friends anymore. As a shadow, you must have the consciousness of being a shadow, which is why he was reluctant to accept the position of Hokage before. But now that you have chosen, you will never regret it. Ying is ruthless. How many people the old man has personally sent to die? Jiraiya as an apprentice knows very well that a warrant is issued, and a life is lost. How many times he dreamed back at midnight, he could find the figure of the old man in front of the memorial tablet. Jiraiya, the old man's hands are dyed with fresh yuhi. There are enemies, and there are people of my own. This is the sadness of being a superior. Look at these names, many of them hate me. This is the shadow helpless. But at some point, the old man has no choice. Either you die, or he dies. You have to choose a suitable person to do it. In the future, you will also become a leader. Remember, follow the advice of a teacher, send the most suitable person to the most suitable position, and do things worthy of your heart. Quote. Are you really ashamed? Remembering the lonely look in the old man's eyes when he said these words, Jiraiya suddenly understood. Let's go. He clenched his fist suddenly, his fingertips pierced into his palm, and from now on, he is the 5th generation of Hokage. Resolutely brought boundless loneliness and determination. Jiraiya's heart gradually became frozen from this moment, just like when she was on the battlefield in the past. The boundless murderous intent overflowed, and the 2 mice with the cat in the ground instantly stiffened. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hoshigaki. Is this the horror of the strong on the battlefield? No wonder those old immortals used to say that ninjas who have never been on the battlefield can't be called real elites. There's nothing we can do, we haven't experienced that era, and of course we won't have the murderousness of them. But we're not too bad. Itachi, is this self-soothing? No, I just know my position very well. Uchiha Itachi naturally has his comparison in his mind as to who is stronger and who is weaker in the ninja world. In order to pave the way for Sasuke, he does no less investigation than anyone else. Crunch removed the broken branch Jinchuriki column, and Lu Meng, who walked into the main hall, couldn't help but sigh that the Kingdom of Vortex is really an amazing place. Look at this all-wood palace, which is as high as 10 feet. Even if it has been in ruins for 30 years, you can imagine Weyong at that time. Although it is not as good as the atmosphere in memory, it also has a different flavor. Sister Tsunade, there are no treasures hidden here. Those treasures have been robbed long ago. Senju Tsunade touched the tables and chairs in the room sadly, as if the past appeared in front of Senju Tsunade's eyes. Why she is called a princess is not because of Konoha or the country of fire, but because of this place. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, is the princess of the Uzumaki country, and she also received the title of princess. As a testimony of the friendship between the Uzumaki country and Konoha, it is also the twisted belt of the Senju family and the Uzumaki family. However, now that the country of the vortex is gone, and the Senju family can't escape from the world, whether it is life or death, there is no sound. How have they been all these years? Tears left the hall where the wind was exposed everywhere, the setting sun was like blood, and everyone stopped. The icy sea breeze blew the rattling clothes, and Senju Tsunade with flying blonde hair looked like a cold star. Jiraiya, are you ready to start here? I'm sorry. 3 words full of infinite affection were spit out, and Jiraiya, who closed and opened his eyes, no longer had any nostalgia, and the murderous intent came out through his body, and his heart was immediately cold to the top of his head. He aimed, this brain-dead thing is going to start here. Picked up Hinata and pulled Anko to fly back, but before the man landed, the tiger rushed out. The west wind, which suddenly emerged from the void, was about to bow his head to meet the person, and a flash of thunder dazzled his pupils. Squeak as if the thunder of Chidori's cry flashed, the anger of the livid is enough to burn the whole ocean. Kakashi, you are courting death. Ninjas can't be handled with common sense. Since they choose to betray, they must have the consciousness of betrayal. The right hand that stabbed with all his strength was flashing with blue electric flowers. 3 Tomo Sharingan went to the limit. The flaming right hand grabbed the lightning flashing Chidori, the silver-colored hair stood upright and his eyes were like ice. Kakashi, you are worthy to mention betrayal to me. You are the most qualified to say these 2 words. I just betrayed the rubbish who betrayed me, but you betrayed the family that raised you. I said long ago that you are not worthy to be the head of the Hatake family. Look at your disgusting eyes, kind of you just use him to stare at me. 3 demonic illusions in a row, 1 bubble didn't pop up. Kakashi, who wanted to grab the hostage and force him to be a man, narrowed his pupils. Demonic illusion immune. Wrong. Not immune, it should be ineffective, this kid. From Kakashi's sudden sneak attack to Liuman's dodging, it only took 2 blinks of an eye, and Tsunade Orochimaru, who knew that Jiraiya had arranged everything, was sinking like water. The sea breeze is undulating, the waves are moving, and the war is about to break out. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, 0 words for strength. This chapter is really inseparable, and I don't want to. Text chapter 67_turbulence after the reversal of the verbal confrontation. A few strands of purple quietly appeared in his right hand that was on fire, and in the blink of an eye, the dark purple Uzumaki began to grab Kakashi's right wrist with a stream of light and spread rapidly around. Interesting Academy. Vicious poison moon capture. There was a rumbling sound, the terrifying poisonous mist retracted violently, and the fallen clods were dyed with splendor. You're still running fast, are you a soil stand-in? He lowered his eyes and glanced at the mound of dirt left on the ground, and Liamong stared at the opposite side. Call everyone out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people, there are still quite a few. Quote. What happened? Kakashi, whose cat was in the soil, all the other ninjas narrowed their eyes. Is this kid a sentient ninja? Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, 2 guys who had been hiding in the farthest way to get a bargain came out, and 4 other ninjas came out 1 step ahead of them. A Konoha technician, a man who claims to have copied thousands of ninjutsu, Sharingan Kakashi. Konoha Blue Beast Heir, Might Pride Boy, Might Guy. 4 generations of Hokage Shadow Guard survivors, Shiranui Genma, are similar. There's one more, get out of here too. His eyes were fixed on the wooden building on the left, with purple flowers all over his body. After a few screeching sounds, the white ninja cat escaped from the wooden building with a mask and an eye-catching Anbu windbreaker. Identity. Yawa Tianzang, you're not dead yet. Calling out his identity, his arms trembled slightly. The first-generation Shueiji was not a complete heir. Lang, Kunorikimaru's only semi-successful experiment, and he couldn't say a word. What does this kid know? In order to successfully welcome back the fifth generation of Hokage, Kakashi called all the people he knew, could find, and trusted enough. The best friend Might Guy who has fought for a lifetime, Shiranui Genma, the master's former guard, are all the same, and Hanbu's subordinate Yamato Tianzang when he was working. The first three are good to say. Liamong knows it is not surprising. But how did he know about this last experiment that never made an appearance in Konoha? Thinking of the turmoil that happened during the Chunin exam, the head of the Hatake family had a bad premonition. Is it true that as the two advisors predicted during the discussion, this kid can see through the past and the future, otherwise there is really no way to explain those things? What the hell is he? Many unrecorded old stories have been exposed, and now the two sides have completely torn their faces. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, what are you two doing here? Hissing Yuhi's long tongue, Orochimaru looked at Itachi vigilantly. Heihei168.com. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, hand over the ring. Do you want this? The Sorochen ring on the last finger of his left hand swept the corner of his eye, and Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth grimly. Hearing this, Jiraiya finally felt a little relieved. Orochimaru and Senju Tsunade alone were troublesome enough. If these two guys were added, they would all be buried here today. The duo who appeared unexpectedly temporarily determined their position, and Liamong and his party became the party that was on the decline. Orochimaru, Senju Tsunade, Shizune, Enko, Hinata, Yakushi Kabuto, and Dengen glanced at their teammates in turn, and then looked at the enemy on the opposite side. The gangster was slightly numb. Crazy Ghosts Jiraiya, Kakashi, Might Guy, Kashirai, Shiranui Genma, Yamato Tenzo. If there are only these few people, why Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki also jumped out to join in? What did they both want to do? Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing in the distance and had no intention of participating in the war, and a wicked smile hung on the corner of his flowing mouth. Jiraiya, you have to be careful, the real purpose of these two guys is not Uncle Snake. Don't accidentally put Minato, my son is lost, how do you explain it? The enemy of the enemy is the friend. Nonsense. After finding out the Kiba lottery to sow discord, the unbelievable Oni Shark and Itachi immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. These two are S-rank missing nin, and they are not inherently trustworthy. 3 generations died, Uchiha Itachi became a black household, and it was impossible to return to Konoha, and he became a real missing nin who had to do it if he didn't want to. Kisame Hoshigaki, this green-skinned shark-faced monster, is different from normal people, and the thoughts in his head are completely pervert. The situation was reversed, the three sides faced each other, and Itachi and Ghost Shark were isolated. The wish-fulfilling hooligan grinned. As long as these two guys were there, Jiraiya wouldn't dare to do his best. Although Uncle Snake also had to guard against them, Fang Fang was not too disadvantaged. The only thing to watch is, how will this battle be fought? The blood-like setting sun danced and roared with the sea breeze, blowing the robes that squeaked. Suddenly, the crowd moved. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Kaden, fire style, oil fire bomb. There was a fierce confrontation between the wind and the fire. Kaden, fire style, which should have been restrained by Futon, wind style, unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Jiraiya's oil bomb was mixed with toad oil from Mount Myoboku. Second-class technique. You all get out of the old lady, you have to fight. The dilapidated homeland was attacked again, and the crazy Tsunadiheim was furious. Spirituality slug Tongwe Muic acid. Go away for the old lady. The hill that rose from the ground opened its mouth and spewed out a large piece of dark green mucus, which covered the crowd like a heavy rain. Launching an indiscriminate attack, Senjutsunade's beautiful eyes are on fire, looking at everyone with bad eyes. What he aimed at, the young master guessed it was wrong. The calculations, I didn't realize that Tsunade Hime was actually going crazy, and she didn't rely on any power. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she wanted to drive everyone away. How to do? All kinds of ninjutsu were used in series to escape the attack range, and a bunch of instant stand-ins were used randomly. Tsunade Hime, who rumbled and drove people to the coastline of the country of Vortex, stood on the head of the huge psychic beast slug, and his blonde hair flew into the sky. It's up to you to beat the old lady, but no one is allowed to give it to you. I destroy things here or I'll screw his head off. Tsunade-sama stood behind him with Xiaoshang Pig in his arms, and Kato Shizune lowered his head weakly. Senju Tsunade, who didn't hear him, folded his arms, obviously not planning to leave. With her on the side watching the battle, who would dare to be easily distracted? A chaotic battle. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya grimly. Toad, are you planning to leave me here? Being a Hokage must be a Hokage's choice. Orochimaru, your sins are unforgivable. Hissing Yuhi's long tongue coldly covered his pale face, and Orochimaru, who knew that his friendship was broken, had no doubts. Hokage is not just a name, he is also a shadow, Otogaku Murata shadow. Shadow is identity, but also responsibility. Jiraiya, I didn't expect that among the three of us, you were the one who inherited the old man's mantle. This is really unexpected. When is the worst level, full of lustful thoughts, you will do troublesome things like Hokage. Orochimaru, don't provoke me with words, since I have chosen this position, I have already made up my mind. Ninja Psychic. The bitten right thumb slammed into the palm of the left palm, and the re-summoned Toad Fumita had a hash mark on his face. Jiraiya, you must give me an explanation. The shrimp tomb robes he usually wears are gone, the Toad boss who came out of the bear pole is single-handed with a knife, and the iconic smoke bag pot is gone. Obviously, Wentai was taking a bath when he was summoned this time, maybe he was doing something good for his physical and mental health. Jiraiya, big trouble. The bright smile sank, and Immortal Toad interrupted the anger with a deep voice. Miss Wen, I need your help. Have you made up your mind? Nodding her head solemnly, Jiraiya turned her gaze to Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, who also used spiritism, was not easy to deal with, and Wan Shi's temper was even more irritable than that of Mrs. Wen. And it's speechless that this guy doesn't care about the occasion when his head twitches. Orochimaru, I want you to die. Open your mouth and swing your head to bite, enemy. For the crazy snake, whoever summons it is its enemy, and the contractors it has eaten are not one or two. Spiritualism Rashomon_. The rumbling door revealed a deep depression. Uncle Snake raised his head and vomited out a grassy sword. His golden pupils stood upright, and his narrowed eyes were full of killing intent. Be honest with me, kill me. After that, Toad, I will prepare 1,000 people for you to make Matsuri. Really? The head that was about to eat a man just now had a shred of light, and Wan Shi looked at Tai Wen with a heartbeat. Stinky snake, what are your eyes? I said I'm going to eat you when we meet again. Snake eyes and frog eyes. The appearance of two giant psychic beasts means that the battle is fully unfolded. Mitarashi Anko, who was standing on West Wind's back, patted Hinata's little head lightly. Stay on top and keep an eye on those two guys, I'll go down and help. Sister Anko. Be obedient, this is not a battle you can participate in, keep an eye on people. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki with a solemn expression. Mitarashi Anko descended from the sky to Liamong's side, and the three of them, together with Yakushi Kabuto, faced Kakashi's 5 people. Siege. We are at an absolute disadvantage. Brat, is there anything you can do? Kakashi and Might Guy are not easy to deal with. Yamato Tianzo has a half-tone Mokuten, wood style, and Zule and Shiranui Genma are from the Shadow Guards. It is really difficult for us to defeat them. But Kabuto-senpai, you should be able to withstand both. 1. Hee, my little brother thinks so highly of me. Pushing the flat mirror and turning the corner of his eyes, Yakushi Kabuto instinctively felt what the bad boy was planning. Ha ha ha, Liamong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his right hand quietly touched his back. Sister Anko, do it. Brothers and sisters of Seeking Collection and Seeking Monthly Pass, I would like to release good news to everyone. This Saturday and Sunday, 20,000 broke out. It's 20,000 a day. It is estimated that there are 6 chapters, and 2 chapters will have 0 words. Now the chapter is also set at 0 characters every night, and the daily update is 3 chapters and 10,000. For the sake of the hard work in the cloud, give me some strength. Writing a book is not easy. Text Chapter-68-Fierce Battlefield gives birth to a life-threatening heart. What is that? The overwhelming energy net was adorned with poisoned barbs to the top of the head. Kakashi Might Guy immediately ran out. Shiranui Genma's eyes disappeared without a trace, and Yamato's 2 feet, the farthest, retreated, leaving only the scars on his face. The unfortunate ones did the same thing and won the jackpot. Baidu Interesting Academy. He can't blame others for winning the lottery, he found it all by himself. Konoha style swordsmanship. The black blade sword drawn from the back made a moon mark with an indomitable momentum. He didn't run when everyone else ran, and the guy who thought he was awesome was struck by lightning. The energy net created by mutation Shigung has both form and substance, and the black blade Tadao passed through it at that time. The giant net was bound, the chakra flow was cut off, and the whole person became a moth caught in the net, and the more struggling, the tighter it became. Speaking of which, this guy is really unlucky. Not only is he injured all over his body, but he is guaranteed to lie down when he appears on the field, and he will be injured half to death every time. Is this the strength of the Shadow Guard? The energy net that was raised high was pulled back, and Liamong, who was holding a brick in his hand, looked at his eyes with the same horror, and he just covered his face. Leave me here, you. Plop muffled. Looking at his companion who was slowly falling to the ground, Kakashi Might Guy's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Any more fights, idiots? The captured hostage stepped on his head and pressed it under his feet, and he really didn't want to fight if he didn't fight. Although he is very upset about Kakashi, the brain-dead child, he does have interests. Not to mention Might Guy, the name of the Konoha Blue Beast is not for nothing. Once the madness of the 8 inner gates comes out, there is really no certainty of victory. The remaining 2 guys, Shiranui Genma is okay to say, but Yamato Tenzo is a trouble. Mokuden wood style, even a half-dead Mokuden wood style, is not easy to deal with. Jiraiya, those helpers of yours are really useless, you can't even beat a child. Hissing sneered and provocatively said. Orochimaru, who was holding a grassy sword, stood on top of Wanshi's head and narrowed his eyes. The toad fairy with waving pale hair sullenly sullened the old face, the 2 fairy lines drawn from the corners of the eyes to the cheeks twitched slightly. Orochimaru, don't talk nonsense, today we will make a break. Do you have that strength? Jiraiya, biting the name coldly, Sanin Leng-kun violently murdered. The answer to him was a raging sea of Wentai, use oil. Kaden Fire Style Toad Oil Fire Bomb. Kaden Fire Style, who was far more powerful than before, used it, and in the fiery flames that covered a radius of 100 meters, there was a crisp sound. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Not so simple. Be careful underwater. With a hissing sound, Wan Shi, who used the snake sloughing technique to avoid the attack, threw off her giant tail in anger, and the short knife sank horizontally. The big toad with the height of 7 or 8-story buildings is soaring in the sea. Tang, tang, overturned 3 times. In a blink of an eye, a pale face appeared above his head. Jiraiya, give me death. The brush stretched the long grass child sword and stabbed his chest. Knowing the benefits of this divine sword, the toad immortal did not dare to take it hard, grabbed Rasengan with his right hand and slapped it towards the sword. The strong wind was agitating, and feeling the vibration from his hand, Orochimaru hissed and smiled and stretched out his left arm with a hidden shadow snake hand. Dozens of earth-gray snakes sprang out of their cuffs with their mouths open, twisting and twisting their cores around each other, and Wentai, who stabilized his body, was cut into 2 pieces with 1 knife. The huge blade slashed across the short snake body, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru separated the sides. Looking at each other from the air, Wan Shi opened his mouth and threw it down, and when he opened and closed his mouth, a piece of poisonous mist spewed out. The sea was fierce, and the shore was dead silent. Kisame Hoshigaki's Mungbean eyes narrowed and aimed at Itachi. Would you like to do it? No, Senju Tsunade is over there, we have no chance. Will she take care of that kid? She secretly glanced at the lonely yellow-haired boy, and the strange Kurigakure really wanted to kidnap him. Uchiha Itachi's words made him think. His name is Uzumaki, try it yourself. Although there is no overlap between Senju Tsunade and the fourth generation of Hokage, it is not unrelated at all. Uzumaki Kushina was born in the Uzumaki clan, and was considered her junior according to her seniority, so Naruto was naturally related to her. If you act rashly, if you do something wrong, you will have to take your life in it. Perverts fighting on the sea. No matter how arrogant Kurigakure is, he understands that they are not the same level. Sannin is worthy of being Sannin. Although Senju Tsunade didn't do anything, just think about the embarrassment that she was chased just now, and then look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru to understand that she is also not a person to be messed with. Deadwood Liamong, do you really want to be an enemy of Konoha? Kakashi, isn't it disgusting for you to say this nonsense? Kiba, who was in his mouth, spat out to the opposite side, and the head of Hatake's head, who flashed his head, turned ashen. What I just said is indeed nonsense, but nonsense also has the function of nonsense. Tianzang, Genma. Liuman's sneak attack caught the same, and Kakashi, who also launched the sneak attack, aimed at Anko. Fuck you. Since you don't care about the hostage's life or death, the young master still cares about his death. Flying one foot kicked the stomped foot in the same way, setting off a large swath of yellow sand to meet Kakashi, and the battle started again in an instant. We're going to catch Anko, and Guy's going to save the same. The scarred face was crooked aside, the unlucky bastard with more air in and out less gas giggled and turned over by Ikugen, and his eyes were dead. Master Tsunade, standing in front of the slug holding his dying companion, Might Guy raised his head expectantly. Princess Slug, who had her arms around her, didn't look at him at all. Shizune opened her mouth, and a sharp look came over, and she didn't dare to say anything. Save people. From the moment Jiraiya sent someone to do it, she and Konoha tore the last layer of skin. She didn't do it because she wanted to protect the ruins here, otherwise none of these guys would want to go back alive. If you want me to save people, wait to die. The raised eyes gradually turned from hope to loss and finally to ashes. Feeling the companion who was slowly walking towards death in his arms, Might Guy's eyes lit up with anger. Why don't you save him? You obviously have the ability. Presumptuous. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? Master Tsunade. Shut up. He glanced coldly at his assistant and life secretary. Senju Tsunade's voice was freezing. Don't forget how your uncle died. Without the leader to inform us, we will be ambushed by the enemy. They want Senju the lives of a family. Why should I save them? These guys deserve to die no matter what. Weakly lowered his head and opened his mouth. Kato Shizune was speechless. Her uncle wanted to be the Hokage guardian of the village, and she also inherited this philosophy. But the princess who followed has become what it is now. Who is right and who is wrong? The confused girl hugged the dolphin tightly, and the little pig hummed comfortably and arched her chest. Maybe this is her last reliance. Family, friendship, love, Shizune has nothing. What is lost will never come back. Will the flowers bloom next year? Slowly putting down his body that was twitching, Might Guy turned around, and after 2 steps, the boiling chakra reflected on Yuhi's cheek. Lilianwa. The strong storm rushed towards the shore with a murderous aura, and the stray man who was fighting with Kakashi narrowed his pupils. He was aiming. What about the dead man? In the 3-3 battle, the enemy came to reinforce him again. If he knew, he would have let the guy live for a while longer. Yin child future child yin. Shadow snake hand. corner of his eye, Mitarashi Enko desperately tried to Shiranui Genma. The life and death of his teammates are unknown, and the only remaining guy from the 4th generation Shadow Guard Ligyu also decided to die. Regardless of the several venomous snakes that sprang from his sleeves, Shiranui Genma stabbed Kanai outright. A sharp whistle accompanied by a strong wind whistled into his ears. Staring at the tip of the blade that shone after the wind attribute changed, Enko bit Kiba and opened his shoulder. A blood flower floated up, and 2 huge pythons rushed out. Ravaged by snakes. Shiranui Genma flew away like a rag doll, and Might Guy rushed over with blood in his eyes. He said, "How are you?" "I'm coughing." Genma, who had moved his internal organs and 6 abdomens, spit out 2 large mouths of blood, said strongly, "I don't mind, hurry up and help." Is it going to be a winner? In the same battle with Yamato, Yakushi Kabuto, who got 7 or 8 dead corpses, pushed his glasses, leapt to the sea very dashingly, and made handprints like turning flowers and butterflies. Sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. Attacking together with the dead body and the opponent, facing the crazy Yakushi Kabuto, countless wooden stakes were raised in front of Yamato. "Guy, put Genma down first, and then deal with him." Although he had a lot more combat power than the opponent, he suffered a big loss. A brick in his hand, sneered, "Kakashi, you really dare to say that hurting Sister Enko will be the biggest mistake you have ever made in your life? If you want me to die, I want to see who of us will die first." "It's you who is going to die." Konoha Cyclone. A sidekick that wasn't a series at all slammed into the door, and the little Liamong face sank and raised his arms. After a muffled sound, the whole person fell and flew out. Kaden Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. After the tiger seal on the chest was finished, he opened his mouth and spit out flames. Kakashi really lived up to the title of his technician. He could play any ninjutsu. But, do you really think this is the way to win? There are still 0 words in Ask for Collection, and Ask for a Monthly Pass, tonight. With the support of the tickets, the brothers will thank you from the cloud. Text Chapter 69 _ The Tears of Goodbye resist the pickaxe and make a fortune. The poisonous fog of death. The body that fell in the air spun and turned, grabbing the poison bag and throwing down the gleaming gleam full of ferocious eyes. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Enko was accidentally injured, and the gangster's heart burned with endless anger. Originally, I didn't want to fight to this level. Since you have to force it to this level, let's see who can stand at the end. Yakushi Kabuto, you don't have to fight in the next battle, hear her. Enko, whose shoulders were hurt and her pretty face was pale. The chief elder sister showed a smile, and the corners of her throbbing mouth forced a tick. Stinky boy, I'm fine. You are so stupid. He clenched Kiba and clenched his fists. Lumang regretted his previous decision very much, if he broke out with all his strength. Good sister, wait here, I'll go back and avenge you. The dark purple poisonous mist that separated half of the court persisted, and Kakashi and the others who were protecting Genma were all in awe. That kid can actually use poison. Very strong poisonous fog, although it is not a deadly thing, but it will be very troublesome after contamination. 3 experts in the medical field came to a conclusion one after another through the performance of the land, vegetation and rocks. But what happened next surprised everyone. What happened? That kid. Slowly stepping into the poisonous fog and disappearing, the trick that was used to get rid of Jiraiya's interception really shocked a lot of people. That day, the lecherous immortal was strange about this. But because the battle was too intense, I didn't observe it clearly. Today, everyone can see it clearly. Master Tsunade, he. A very strange ability, like blood succession. But there is no such record in the Hatake family. Poisoned shadow needle 1000 hair. Kiba tokens drawn from the portable space were scattered around, and the dazzling ons of both hands turned them into storm pear flowers. The endless rain of arrows strikes, and the Yamato flying fast hand seal Mokuten, wood-style wood-locking wall standing behind. Dang 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 dang's solid wooden board protected the crowd like an upside-down sea bowl, and the flying kiba sticks left sesame-sized pits on it, turning the sea bowl into pockmarks in a blink of an eye. A harsh roar came from outside, and Kakashi, thinking of something, pulled up his companion and ran. Get out. Late. The thought cannons accumulated to the limit turned into sharp arrows as thick as buckets, and a strange thunder light slammed onto the wood-locking wall. 4 black shadows flew out, and the fate of the hapless Shiranui Genma was uncertain. How to do? Rush in. Stray Cat was bombarding wildly inside. Kakashi and the others looked at each other and turned to the beach. Yakushi Kabuto, who was treating Anko, turned his eyes away. Thinking about it, that kid is not easy to mess with, even the person Orochimaru Sama has praised personally. I want to see his true strength with my own eyes. Tianzang guards Genma. Guy, you are on my side. Kakashi and Might Guy opened 2 earth dragons at the bar of Madara's vest covered with sawdust. Looking at the enemies who were attacking in circles, the ridicule in Liamong's eyes rose to a peak. Waiting for this time. Martial arts lightning dance. Kakashi is faster, and his radiance is faster. If it wasn't for the fear of Guy, that lunatic, he would not have waited until now. Since you want Xiaoyi's life, Xiaoyi will let you understand what a gap is. Die me. He jumped high and smashed his fist towards the door, and the cracked ground sank in half a foot. The head of Hatake, who was forced to stop, blocked his left and right into a sandbag. Brick slaps the door in the face, lifts his foot and kicks the second brother. What rhythm is this? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. You know what, you're an idiot. With a violent fist, he slapped his lower abdomen, sending Kakashi's flying light into the air. Cyclone leg eagle step punish circle kick technique. First, he slapped the stinky face with 8 legs in a row, and then stepped on the grassy head with 5 legs in a row. Finally, his body shook, and 10 translucent light clones burst out, surrounding Kakashi. Just a kick. After the left face was beaten, the right face was beaten, the right face was beaten and the left face was beaten. The black tiger poked his heart, and the boy worshipped Buddha. Look at your dying look. How crazy are you? Why aren't you crazy? The anger is bad for the liver, the stomach is bad for the stomach, and the attack power of the light clone that burst out is not much, but he can still hit people. Take a look at the black face of the head of Hatake, just like a donkey dung egg that has just been pulled, stinking and steaming. After one attack, he ran away, and the Liuman that flew towards the sea rushed into the poisonous fog, and there was a roar behind him. The big waterfall meets the big waterfall again. After Yakushi Kabuto, Yamato Tianzang also used the same trick. Looking back, blue wow wow all his yards are water. Want to clear the poisonous mist? Go ahead. You can rush. I can wash away my last name with you. Ran to Yakushi Kabuto's side, and when he saw the flowing man coming over, Anko, who was getting better and better, shook his hand and said, Stinky boy, you are so good, and you watch me get hurt, right? Hey, Miss Anko, I didn't expect you to be desperate, didn't I? After 2 sentences, the enemy stepped forward. Might Guy was stunned when he glanced at Kakashi. How did you do this? The head of the broom, which was originally upside down, was in a mess like a chicken coop. Half of the exposed face was blue and purple, and the dying room was opened. The black and swollen eyes were no different from Panda's. Is this guy a national treasure from Sichuan Shino? Guy, Kakashi called out in a low voice. Ah, you called me. Might Guy's expression was not defenseless with his hands slammed in front of him. Kakashi stared at Liamong fiercely. I want to kill him. Then go get it. How about with me? Kakashi said, pulling out a watermelon knife. Might Guy snorted. My stomach hurts, and I ate sweet potatoes last night. Hold back. Okay, you wait here, I'll try to find a toilet right away. Guy you. A pile of dirt and dust ran past, and there were more statues named Kakashi on the coastline of the country of Vortex. Not far from him, there is a man with a watermelon head covered in green skin, facing the sea where the spring flowers are blooming. Aren't you going out to stop it? Don't worry, you won't have a chance if you don't watch such a fun thing. It's not like your character. No matter how good your character is, it will become bad if you experience too much. It seems that you were right before. I've said it before, you can't do that. Sitting side by side and looking at each other with their legs stretched out, the two people who took their hard work as a joke, one was dressed in dark Yuhi and the other was in water blue. Dark Yuhi's black hair was fluttering, and water blue white hair was shining. Not far behind them, a sunny youth wearing a cloak with Yuhi patterns on a white background was silently fascinated. This battle should be over. Senpo, Sage Art Gomon. The Art of Yaki, Triple Rashomon. In front of the 8-headed and 8-tailed giant white snake, 3 giant gates with grimace-like faces were erected, and the ringing iron chains groaned under the burning of Senpo, Sage Art. Orochimaru, who was transformed into a monster, turned his head and stared at it. The little guy who was breathing fire had a wicked smile in his eyes. Jiraiya, what made you fight with me to the point where you can't win? Orochimaru, as the 5th Hokage, I have to put an end to you as an alien. The 2 adults, Shima Fukasaku, please sing the toad. Little Jiraiya, you're really going to cause us trouble. Let's get started. It hurts your throat, nasty old man. Lying on Jiraiya's shoulders croaked, and Orochimaru, who had been reincarnated many times and whose soul had long been ruined, was immediately hit by a sinister trick. In a daze, he was trapped in the center by 4 statues of giant toads holding giant swords, and the 5 elements of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder around him were scorching. What the hell is this? The monster who was getting heavier and heavier raised his head, but he couldn't see anything except Lan Wawa's Tien Luo Fae. Orochimaru, accept your judgment. A lonely and sad voice came to his ears, and Jiraiya's eyes closed and launched an attack. The giant blade that fell from the sky was nailed to the heart, and the 8-headed and 8-tailed monster couldn't stop wailing and flapping wildly around. Fight to the death. The rumbling 5-color lightning struck continuously, and the dark monster stopped moving. I'm sorry, but I couldn't get you back. From childhood drifted by before her eyes, and Jiraiya, who eliminated Sage Mode, wept silently. Drop after drop of tears fell to the blue, the bitterness surpassed the ocean. Orochimaru just went. Lonely shadows, lonely tears, Yakushikabuto's eyes are straight and turned back, it's impossible. How did Orochimaru-sama die? He won't die, how could he die? Are you really going to do it? Dada stepped closer to take a look. Senju Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with contempt. I'm the 5th generation of Hokage. Jiraiya's voice was low, hoarse. Is that position really that important? Thinking of his younger brother's lover and his 2 grandfathers, Tsunade Haime's mind was complicated and difficult to understand. Standing in front of the floating corpse of the monster, Jiraiya sighed deeply. Something has to be done by someone. The old man is dead, and Konoha must be supported. Then do you want to kill me too? Tsunade spoke in a playful voice, full of sarcasm. If you dare to harm Konoha, I will. The deep loneliness in the cold eyes, Jiraiya was talking. There were suddenly 3 more people around, 3 unimaginable people. Grandpa Minato laughed and pinched his waist. Senju Hashirama looked at Tsunade with tenderness in his eyes, shouting, I haven't seen you for so many years, you have grown up. Wow, he threw himself into his long-lost embrace. Tsunade couldn't have the original arrogance at this moment. Retreat. Sharingan cramped and Kisame Hoshigaki ran away, and Uchiha Itachi swore to the lamp that he wouldn't come to this place after killing him. To look at the afterimages of the 2 disappearing, Namikaze Minato's eyes gleamed. The 2nd generation who had crushed them before, didn't care at all, just 2 stinky mice. 1st generation, 2nd generation. No, Senju Hashirama's head shook into a wavy drum with a slap to stop Jiraiya's words, I have nothing to do with Konoha. Shodai 1st Sama, Konoha was created by you. Little guy, I'm not alone in creating Konoha, no matter what Madara did, he is one of the founders of Konoha. You have to pay for what you did. Don't come to this place again. Eddie, the souls of the kingdom do not welcome you. First generation. Go away. Senju Hashirama likes to explain with a good temper, but it doesn't mean that Senju Tobarama also likes it. Second Hokage was angry, and Jiraiya immediately shut up. Compared with the first generation, the purpose is kind, and the second generation's majesty is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and many historical materials have recorded his cruelty. It doesn't matter if you provoke the first generation, because the first generation of sexual escape generally doesn't care. But to provoke the second generation, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. After all, Jiraiya was just a child in front of them. With a deep sigh, he shook his head and looked at his companion, who was picked up by Kakashi. The lecherous fairy took the lead and walked to the beach. Let's go. Pick up a dying, a half-dead and leave by boat. Before leaving, Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at Namikaze Minato. The fourth Hokage smiled and pushed him towards Jiraiya. It seems that the brother's will has been inherited. Aha, this kind of feeling is really complicated. Where there are leaves, there will be fire burning, and the persistence in the past is completely meaningless to us. But it does for those who are alive. Turning to take over with a smile, Namikaze Minato is always so sunny. Hashirama Tobarama looked at him with some admiration. Although the contact time was not long, they already recognized this junior. Hinata, Sister Enko, let's hurry up. One hand grabbed the broken bowl and stuffed it into the space, while the other hand touched the gleam of the candlestick, drooling. Which generation of Hokage your sister is? What does it have to do with the young master? Getting rich is the main purpose. What are you doing in the country of Vortex? It is not from archaeology. What is archaeology? Archaeology is robbing tombs in the name of science. Although Liamong didn't dare to use a hoe to plan because of the perverts outside, it was not bad to lie in the ruins and dig. Look, another one. Baha kissed the ancient bronze mirror that was turned out, and Lu Meng's narrowed eyes turned golden. Money, these are all money, all of them are money. Hear, what is this sound? This is the sound of intoxication. In addition to love, I can't extricate myself from the radishes in other people's fields. Now I am picking up other people's radishes. Brother, there's something weird over there. He mentioned that the little hand on the chest firmly grasped the front of the shirt, and the little secretary who used Byakugan to help stumbled 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. His pupils returning to normal were full of fear. What did Hinata find? Begging for collection, or begging for a monthly pass, is too tiring these 2 days. You can recover after a rest, please rest assured. Text Chapter 70 _ The unexpectedly discovered treasure seduces people's backhand. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama, gently closed his eyes as if they were indifferent, and the medical ninja waiting outside the country of the vortex lowered his head. The rescue was ineffective, and the only 2 remaining members of the 4th generation Shadow Guard Ligyu went to another one. Kakashi's mood was extremely complicated. When he just saw the 4th generation of Hokage, he wanted to say hello, but he didn't know what to say. Life and death are separated. Looking at the strange colors in the eyes of the 3 Hokages, no one dares to see them as living people. Even if they were shadows, they sacrificed their lives for the village. How is Genma? It's not good, but it should be able to stick to the village. He raised his head slightly and bit his lower lip. The medical ninja's eyes showed impatience. Back at the country wrapped in Uzumaki, Jiraiya sighed and walked away. After a brief reminiscence, Senju Hashirama held down the eldest granddaughter's head and smiled. Shaogang, what are your plans in the future? I want to stay. The country of the vortex has long since lost its life, but Senju Tsunade, who is empty in his heart, just wants to stay here. She is a person who lives in memories all her life. Without these, she really doesn't know how to live. Go away, this place does not belong to the living. Grandpa. One has to look forward. The dead should stay where the dead are. You shouldn't be here, take that bastard with you. Bastard boy. By Hinata's little secretary through the ruins, Liamong came to a strange house. so eerie and uncomfortable, as if he could fall into the ice cellar if he took a breath. What the hell is going on here? Mitarashi Anko clenched silver kiba while covering his shoulders, which were still aching and swollen, while Hinata, who was shivering wildly beside him, couldn't stop shivering. I'll go take a look first. Let's go too. Looking back at the girl who was clearly afraid but insisted on following, Liamong thought for a moment and nodded. Pushing open the cracked wooden windows and walking into the dusty house, the long wooden alleyway leads to the depths of the ground, and the darkness in front of you can't see anything clearly. The cracked roof is covered with ash, the broken feet are stepping on the mud, and the brazier every few meters is broken one by one, silently explaining the turmoil that has occurred. Stinky boy, do we really want to go down? Anko, who was not afraid of anything, turned pale, and felt that it was not safe inside. Liamong squeezed Anko's trembling hand and took Hinata in his arms. It doesn't matter, everyone in this hellish place is dead, there can be nothing more, be bolder, let's go down and have a look. Interesting academy. Dada walked into the alley, leaving the sun behind, and the rustling dirt sounded strange scales. When the wind blows, woo-woo is like a ghost howl, and every step of the way is full of heartbeats. Gudong swallowed 2 big mouthfuls of saliva back into his stomach, and his forehead was sweaty. He aimed. What was in there? Brother, I'm afraid. No, it doesn't matter, it's not haunted here. With courage, Lu Meng didn't believe in himself. Hinata shivered even more, and Anko next to him was also very difficult. Walking forward in the dark, the broken curtains are whirring back and forth with dust and dust, a dark ghost is floating, and the spider webs that can be found from time to time seem to be stabbed everywhere. Walking in such a ghost place, my heart is full. The spleen was completely blocked in the throat. Do you want to go back? Turning to look at the 2 strong girls, Lu Meng bit the bullet and continued to move forward. Shasha's footsteps moved into the darkness, as if a century had passed before the end came to an end. The empty underground hall is messy, with scattered shelves and broken tables, and there is nothing whole. Just as he stepped out of the alley, the brazier lit by hula reflected Yuhi's surroundings, clearly reflecting everything that was originally vague. Who? The exclamation that blurted out was uneasy, and there was nothing in Liamong's perception, which was why he dared to come down. After searching for a long time, I didn't find a single feather. I looked around at the copper basins that were burning out of thin air. There was a look of thought in the eyes of the gangster, automatically. Brave the courage to go closer and see, the half-meter-high ancient copper basin is painted with grimace in 4 circles, and the demonic spirit makes the scalp numb. Well, take them away in a while. Pinching his chin to make a decision, he looked around with a little reassurance, and it was Sparta. Except for the copper basins in the 4 corners that no one wanted, there seemed to be nothing left in the empty underground hall. Was it all robbed? I rushed into the hall like crazy and searched back and forth. No, there was nothing, just some tattered wood. Damn, is this still called a person? Although the thieves don't go empty, you can't move them all. In a nest, did the whole family die? Cursing in his mouth, his feet jumped twice, his head twitched, and Hinata Anko was completely stunned. Brother, look. Reaching out to the tattered table in the middle of the hall near the left, Hinata was extremely nervous. Pull it open and see. Walked closer to take a look, winked at Anko and walked to the hemp rope. The rope that was about to rot was not sure whether it could still be pulled. He touched his nose twice and tried hard, and the cloth curtain that fell from the hula burst into a large black fire, scaring the 3 of them to run away all the way. What are those? On the wall where the cloth curtain fell, black flames rose high, and the kingdom of vortex hanging in the air marked the Holy Trinity, forming a strangely shaped ornament. Behind the ornaments, there are 3 rows of grimace with 2 horns and fierce faces, either crying or laughing. XYZ makes people tremble with fear. I think I know what I found. Little guy, it's best not to touch them. The tattered footsteps came from behind, and he turned back. Senju Hashirama's smiling eyes showed a warning. This is the temple of the Kingdom of Vortex, which was originally used to worship the gods. It's a pity that it's now in ruins. Those grimaces on the walls are the gods of death worshipped by the kingdom of Vortex, and the black flames burning underneath can burn the souls of the living. If you don't want to die, stay away from them. Death, I think it's Shikigami, right? Disdain flashed in his eyes. Liamong didn't believe these flickers. The so-called gods may exist in this world, but they are definitely not what people say. Isn't this one called the god of ninjas, and the so-called Six Paths Fairy? If the ghosts on the wall are really gods, they are too weak. Judging from past memories, whether the sealing technique or summoning technique used by the Kingdom of Vortex is the method of Onmyoji. Change the soup but not the medicine, fool the ghost. Senju Hashirama, who snorted twice, couldn't explain it, and there was nothing wrong with the boy on the opposite side. The great god of ninjas, please, can you give them to me? Anyway, it's useless to stay here. What do you want to do with them? Look at this. The disintegrator who once whined Orochimaru summoned again. The corners of his drooping eyes turned towards Tsunade. Whether he could get this fat sheep, it all depends on this one. My ability is somewhat special, I can disintegrate it. All things purify their origin, and those grimaces on the walls should be able to distinguish a lot of good things. Quote. To decompose all things, isn't the tone too loud? Squinting his eyes and flickering with cold light, Senju Tobarama glanced at the machinery on the ground, and did not feel that this thing had the benefits that Liamong said. The punk head scratched his head embarrassedly. Exaggeration is inevitable, but this thing can really decompose objects. He took out and stuffed Kuwu into the disintegrator, and spit out 3 colorless with a loud noise. Liamong's little face twitched, not to mention how ugly it was. Very pure energy, I believe you a little bit. The reason why the small colorless crystal is called colorless is because it is the most original energy, and it works for everything. I picked up a Senju Tobarama and nodded, and touched it casually. A stone was thrown in, but not even the ashes were spit out. Liamong rubbed his hands speechlessly. You can't do with stones, you have to use items and equipment. What you just said is too big. There is no room for sloppy scientific practice, and Senju Tobarama is an absolute authority in the field of research. Hiraishin, impure world reincarnation, needless to say, these two alone are enough to make him a legend. In front of such a great researcher, Liamong is very willing to ask for advice humbly. 1 or 2 of his awakened side jobs do not understand, and it is not an ordinary difficulty to create something. Up to now, in addition to the decomposition function, the remaining 3 are all one forehead paste. Sister Tsunade, the 2 foreheads, Grandpa, let's call it this way. Scratch the back of his head and be a good boy. Liamong took out a bottle of Lori Ann's expert potion and spread it in the palm of his hand. Alchemy product. What is this? Senju Tsunade unscrewed the cap of the bottle, sniffed it under his nose, and then stuck out his tongue to lick it, leaving the bastard speechless for a while. You are really bold, and you are not afraid of being poisoned to death. The preparation that can restore chakra, can I drink it and try it? Senjutsunade's beautiful eyes flashed a little, and Senjutsunade became interested. Liamong nodded frantically with a smile. Sister is too polite, please do it. Xiao Xiao took a sip and tasted it carefully. Legend has it that the fat sheep's big eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and finally he drank all of it. Little guy, how did you do it? This reagent without drug residues is amazing. Aha, that's easy. Simple. Yeah, it's very simple. The little face licked old Gao triumphantly, and Tsunade almost died of anger with his surly appearance. This kind of reagent is simple, so what are the things I have learned over the years? Damn, so damn bad. No, I have to figure out this reagent, that, ahem. Ask for collection, and, ask for a monthly pass. Made up for a good night's sleep yesterday, and I feel a lot of energy today. It is estimated that the cloud update will not be delayed. If you have any comments on the gang, I hope Youngyu will leave a message. Your support, my motivation, I wish everyone a happy 10/10. Text chapter 71_ This unscientific bottle recognizes people. What do you want to do? 2 small hands were placed in front of his chest, fearing that someone might force him to hide behind Anko. Interesting Academy first release. Senju Tsunade, who had countless hashtags popping out of his forehead, slammed his fists twice, and suddenly smiled and showed a subdued look, enough to sweeten a person to death. At her like this, not only was her radiance scary enough, but Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama also ran far away. It's what you're used to. Don't just talk about me, you are also used to her. Brother, please don't blame others for your own faults. You dare to say that Xiaoging is not your fault. If it wasn't for your Ten holding her and betting with people, she would become what she is today. Ahem, Tobarama, can't you say that? Suna is still gentle. Gentle. His face was twitching and he was hugged by the cow, and his gentle life was about to die. Brother. Stinky boy. Omkai raised the 2 little pig's hooves, and Dudu buried his head in Shizune's chest, daring to watch the tragedy that happened next. Master Tsunade. Ah, what's wrong? Looking back in doubt, following Kato Shizune's flustered eyes, the legendary fat sheep lifted Liamong into the air. What's the matter with you little guy? 00. Talk, what are you doing? Now, speak, and I'll let you speak. Tsunade, who was not sober, got angry, grabbed the collar and shook it wildly. It was dark, and his life was over, as if a gangster who was sitting on a roller coaster struggled and stretched out his hand, feeling 2 soft things in a trance. What is this thing? It feels comfortable to touch. Touch. Touch again. Have you touched enough? The golden eyes flashed slightly, and the flames ignited 2 flames, and Liuman immediately retracted his hand. Then what? It's sunny today. I am Lily, you are tall. Soaked in Princess Slug's cheapness, he wiped 2 handfuls of saliva, and the bastard, who was so sorry, took out 2 heads of garlic. Senju Tsunade was not calm at the time. Is this the material you make the reagent? Blinking suspiciously, Liamong looked down. It's garlic, yes, it's a purple clove with a single head. Okay, you can make it for me. Baidu Interesting Academy, said 3 good words in a row, and Tsunade Haime's heart, liver, spleen and lungs were all blown up. She has grown up so much, and she has never heard of anyone who can use garlic to make medicine. Apart from the common cold and fever used to reduce inflammation and fire, I have never heard of it having other effects. If garlic could make a chakra restorer with no drug residue, she would. After smashing the garlic skin and crushing the garlic cloves, handle the same and feel the same. Liamong cut a piece of the jelly-like thing, mixed the mashed garlic into the cut pieces, put it in a flask and shook it. People shook their heads and shook their heads. What is he doing? Senju Hashirama stabbed his brother. Tobarama rolled his eyes and spit out 2 words coldly, crazy. Not like that. Then what are you talking about? I think he's cramping. Dragging his cheeks, the first generation of eyes without the majesty of a strong man was so angry with his younger brother. Is there a difference between going mad and cramping? After shaking like an epilepsy for a while, Liamong let out a long breath and took out a small bottle, and poured the shaken medicine into it. Looking at the blue bottle of reagent in front of him, Senju Tsunade was a little confused. Is this how this thing is made? Yeah, what else could it be? Of infinite collapse rushed into his mind, and Senju Tsunade felt that his whole worldview had been subverted. Can garlic also make medicine? And that jelly-like thing is Tai Sui, right? Just shake it with your hands, and you can shake out the medicine. Unbelievable, he pulled 2 strands of hair. The legendary fat sheep lowered his chest, causing harm to underage children. Can you let me try? Okay. With round eyes, he nodded his head wildly, and the dazzling eyes of both eyes handed over the tool. Lower. Brother. Stinky boy. One held hands, the other grabbed ears, with tears streaming down her face. Hinata's sister Anko, I really didn't see anything, you guys are a little late. Giggling took over the tools. Tsunade Haim, who had finished harming the children, smashed the garlic like a light cannon, cut the jelly, mixed it and put it in the flask. The infinitely remorseful gang leader took out a boss chair and sat beside him, hugging Hinata with a black face, and Mitarashi Enko angrily beside him. The slug princess began to sway. After a minute, the inside was a gooey mess. 2 minutes later, there was still a sticky mass inside. The suffocated Liamong left the seat and shook his head to demonstrate twice. You can't do that, you have to be like me. Yes, it's more beneficial to shake your butt, and your chest will tremble. Yes, that's it, keep it up. Live. Master Tsunade. The obvious wicked grin was something people knew there was a problem, but Senju Tsunade, who was caught up in drug research, wouldn't care about Shizune's reminder. The bad boy Liuman would do whatever she wanted. In Tsunadeheim's seriousness, this reagent has been raised to unimaginable heights. There are only 2 known drugs that can restore chakra in the ninja world, namely the military food pills that are available in various countries and the unique secret medicine of Akamichi's family. The former is versatile, the latter has no semicolon. However, there are problems with these 2 medicines. Taking too much Bingliang pill will produce medicines to resist and damage the body. Now that she sees this magical reagent in Lu Meng's hands, her medical ninja energy has come out again. So, the big guy is Spartan. Sang there, Tsunade danced there, and 2 mentally ill people, 1 big and 1 small, turned over a lot of people. 3 laps on the left, 3 laps on the right, neck twisting, butt twisting. We got up early in the morning to do exercise. Shake your hands, shake your feet, take a deep breath, and learn how to sing and dance from your grandfather, so you won't grow old. Who are you, Grandpa? Ah, you are awake. It's wrong to fool people. Fooling Senju Tsunade is about to be struck by lightning. The overexcited Liuman's eyes widened and retreated to the corner. Princess Slug's big fire-breathing eyes stuck in front of her, and the blue ridge-shaped mark on her forehead was so lovely. Kiss. The sudden thought came up without thinking, and I regretted it after I finished it. The sky was falling and the water was flowing, and Jordan switched to table tennis. Brother, Xiaogang was taken advantage of by others. I know. Senju Hashirama swallowed awkwardly. Well, shall we run away? Good. Bang. I see who dares to run. The house collapsed with a fist rumble, and the big guys whose ears were filled with squeaks were all stunned. Dust fell sharply from above his head, and Senju Tsunade raised his head in anger, and said sluggishly, well, let's run. It's going to collapse. Grandpa. Run. Sister Anko, let's go. Picked up Hinata and pulled Anko, swish swish to the door, and stopped at the foot of the gangster. When he found that no one noticed him, he turned around and turned around. Go to the fire of your sister's soul, try to burn me. The giant net of pure energy was lifeless, and the black flames did not answer at all. The ghost faces of 373721 were packed and taken away, not even the logo of the Kingdom of Vortex on the head. Keep running. The recovered criminal objects did not dare to be touched, and Liamong, who was stuffed into the storage space, hurried away. As soon as the front foot ran, the back foot collapsed, and the rumblings and chirps fell endlessly. It's bricks and beams again, sweating like rain. Grandpa, I was wrong. Xiaogang, it's time for you to remember. How many times has this happened? 7th time. Senju Tsunade, whose head was dwarfed into his chest, raised his hands behind his back and became a little girl. Senju Hashirama looked at her pitiful appearance, and she couldn't tell the lesson at the time. It's okay, it's just a house, anyway, it's about to collapse, it's gone, it's gone. Grandpa, you are so kind. That is, who is good if Grandpa is not good? Haha laughed complacently, and the petrified livid rushed to the door with black lines all over his forehead. Sister Hinata, Sister Enko, I finally understand where Princess Slug's temper is coming from. I know too. Lord Tsunade is so happy. I want to have a grandpa like that too. Yuhi's little face is mad at Venus, and Hinata's little secretary is envious. Senju Hashirama, who heard the conversation, became a toad with joy. and her wide-open mouth could fit a frog in. Next to the defeated Senju Tobarama, covering his forehead, Yellow Flash was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Stinky boy, what the hell is going on with this medicine? Senju Tsunade was very puzzled if he could shake it out, but he couldn't shake it by himself. The gang leader smiled brightly, I don't know either. You don't know. Tsunadeheim's voice instantly raised an octave. Liamong shrank back weakly, I really don't know. Bring it to me and see. Tsunade was a fan of the authorities, Tobarama was a bystander Cheng, and he observed the process of Liamong's medicine very carefully. Referring to the medicine bottle in his hand to look over and over, the expert in the field of inventions in the ninja world stuffed him back, do it again. Do it again, took the flask and shook his head and shook his head. After shaking, Liamong found that Tobarama was also stunned. It's unscientific. The legendary ninja who invented Hiraishin Impure World Reincarnation stared at the medicine bottle with blue eyes, noticing something was wrong. What is the reason for this? The granddaughter can't shake it, this kid can shake it, and the bottle will recognize people. Seeking collection, and, seeking monthly pass, have a chapter 0 at 7 p.m, hee, let's go buy something to eat in the cloud first. Save the manuscript, it broke out on Saturday and Sunday. Text chapter 72 _ temporarily looking for a place to be full of bad water and laughing. You do it again. Interesting academy. Good. You do it again. Good. You go again. I have done it 3 times in a row, and the first 2 times are 5 times in total. The legendary fat sheep was in a daze, and the legendary water god was in a daze. Shizune of Sparta hugged the dolphin, and 1 person and 1 pig widened their eyes. What the hell is going on here? It should be Shueiji. He tilted his head and stared at the medicine bottle placed in front of him. Senju Hashirama gave a speechless answer. And the blood follower who makes medicine. The process of Liamong shaking the bottle is very clear, and he is shaking his head and shaking his head. If this is Shueiji, I will catch a toad and eat it. Senju Hashirama's judgment was denied by almost everyone. The reason why he said it was almost because Lu Meng felt that what he said was right. He uses alchemy for medicine, and alchemy comes from DNF. But he didn't dare to say those words. Didn't Senju Tsunade go crazy? Stinky boy, I decided to go with you. What did you say? I said, I'm going to leave with you. Senju Tsunade, will be with you until you figure out this bottle. 2 big golden eyes slammed in front of him, and happiness came too suddenly. Wow, Miss Tsunade, that's great. Shall we leave now, or wait a while? You still want to wreak havoc here? Then what? No, I just want to make a little fortune. He rubbed his fingers together, and his flowing eyes glowed with golden light. Senju Tobarama kicked the man out without saying a word. Gululu poured into a belly of seawater and floated to the surface. Liamong wiped his tears and blew his nose. Tugi is not a person to aim at, kicking people without saying a word. Is it great to have Hiraishin? When the young master is awesome, Hiraishin buys 2 bowls, eats 1 bowl, and pours another bowl. Etc. Suddenly, a dull thunder struck his forehead, and the gangster swallowed his saliva and turned his head. The boat, where's my lord's boat? I want a boat. There were no clouds in the sky and the sky was clear, and the lonely half-old child cried out to the sky. 2 o'clock in the time, Senju Tsunade, who was pulling a load of cargo, approached from a distance. Before anyone arrived, Hinata waved his little hand. Brother Liamong, we are here. Wow, I finally found an organization. Sister Anko, Hinata, I'm really suffering. Climbing up on the board of the boat, licking and licking his lips with astringent and itchy dimples, the whole person felt uncomfortable. Mitarashi Anko looked at it, and without a word, he lifted the bucket and poured it. The water splashed from head to toe, and Liamong was good at it, bah. Still salty. The sea breeze blew the sunlight, the dry clothes were blue on the left and pale on the right, and the hair was tangled into one piece, like a mountain of flames. Interesting Academy first release. Stinky boy, where are we going next? You'd better find a stable place. Senju Tsunade held the Lorien expert potion, which he couldn't see enough, and shook it at the sun. I need time to study this miraculous drug carefully. A stable place. Then, Liamong looked up at the sky and thought, his eyes suddenly lit up, let's go to Uncle Snake. Although his place is dark, tidal and gloomy, it makes people feel sick, but it is really stable and stable. Yes, speaking of which, I still have some unfinished deals with him. Quote. Uncle Snake. Orochimaru. Isn't he dead? Death, huh, how could Uncle Snake die? He is the longest-lived person in the world. He pouted as if in admiration, and Liamong's eyes showed the abnormality in this world. Master Orochimaru, your physical condition is very bad. Yakushi Kabuto's voice was extremely difficult as he pushed his glasses and dripped with cold sweat. Sanin Lang-kun, who escaped in the form of a white-scaled snake, hissed his tongue, growling and trembling on the cold bed. The negative effects of the art of turning are too great. Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, the damned demonic illusion, how to recover from the wounds of the soul. Feeling like his head was about to burst, Orochimaru circled half a circle and aimed the snake's head at Yakushi Kabuto. The four have not returned yet. It should be soon. They went to the outskirts of a megacre village to ambush Lev Chinkui according to your order. We have already prepared the task person. Calculate the time, it should be on the way back. Jirobo, when are you going to eat? Angrily smashed the rice pot, and Duoyu, who was not afraid of the sky, had no girl's restraint at all. The big-stomached king swallowed half a bowl of rice bowl and stuffed the bowl again. One want it, women should be gentler, look what you look like. Can you manage what this girl looks like? Angrily took the rice bowl full, and the girl with bright hair Yuhi stuffed it back again. Eat you to death. You two, stop arguing, hurry up and finish eating. He stretched out his hand and held down the sword box beside him. The two-headed left and right had a gloomy face, which was indescribably weird. But he wasn't the weirdest among the group of four, because there was someone weirder than him. Gue Hidamaru, who has 6 arms, eats and plays with a duck egg in one hand, and has no time to spare. Actually, we don't have to worry too much, it's a rare occurrence, it's too wasteful if we don't have fun. I heard that there is the market, there is a circus recently, how about we go to see it together? Don't think about playing all the time, I don't feel good, and maybe something bad is going to happen. After walking around, don't take it with a god, it's not a good thing when you say this. Although he complained, Gue Hidamaru, who knew the benefits, still gave up his plan to watch the circus. The group of 4 hurried back to the base after eating, and a few people on the way were a little helpless. I heard Yakushi Kabuto say that our mission this time seems to be sent by that kid. Is it a dead wood? That guy is not easy to deal with. Jirobo, Yakushi Kabuto has always been full of bad water, don't let him use him as a gunman. I'm just complaining. The big belly rubbed his nose, and the big stomach king who suffered a lot in the mission was really upset. Zuo Jin, who was carrying the sword box, turned his head coldly, his eyes flashing a little inexplicable. The country of Tien, in front of the secret base outside Otogakure village, Senju Tsunade frowned. Orochimaru lives in this ghost place. I'm also very helpless, so the deal is done, we'll go to another place, I've been planning for this day for a long time. Where are you going? Mitarashi Anko, who was beside him, asked curiously. Confidentiality, he said twice, and rushed into the snake's nest to escape the storm, and opened his voice when he entered the door. Uncle Snake, are you dead? If you are not dead, hurry up and come out to pick up guests. Quote. Kabuto. He turned his head sullenly, and yelled at Orochimaru, who had smashed the chopping board, in a rage. How did this kid know about this place? The also confused Super Jondi pushed open the door, and a sly little face came in front of him. Senior, hello, Uncle Snake, you are pervert again. Dead boy, do you want to die? The snake head that suddenly rushed out, banged into the opposite wall, and a few stray men who jumped back and hid behind Tsunade. Orochimaru, who had retracted his body, did not move, and in his current state, faced Senjutsunade with no life. "You're an outlier." "Hiss, old classmate, how come you have the time to come to me? I'm here with this stinky boy, and I'll leave after a while." The blonde golden-eyed cow, Tsunadeheim, a flower in the Sanin, raised her chin proudly. "The blood pressure is not right, the heart rhythm is irregular, your state is not good, even if you count it according to snakes, you are not in a healthy state." Quote. A cold smile retracted his trembling head and let Yakushi Kabuto, who was out of the door, led everyone into the back room. Seeing the white-scaled snake in its complete state, Liamong's group's pupils shrank to the extreme. Orochimaru stared at Tsunadeheim covered in cold sweat, as expected of the strongest woman in the ninja world, the master of medical ninjutsu. "You can see my current state at a glance. Is this what you call immortality? The world is like this, and the existence of everything has to pay a corresponding price. I have gained eternal life, but I have paid for the qualifications to be a human being. But this is not unacceptable to me, the alien you call me. Things. I need a laboratory and enough experimental materials. In exchange, I have solved your problem during this time." Really? Orochimaru was a little excited. Senju Tsunade was much stronger than Yakushi Kabuto. With this woman around, many problems can be solved. It's just a deal. Hee, trade is trade. Kabuto, get your lab out and open the database at the same time. Master Orochimaru. Don't be on guard, she won't be interested in those things. Orochimaru, who is also a member of Sanin, knows better than anyone about the character of an old classmate. Even if he put the turning technique in front of Tsunade, this woman wouldn't even take a look. Different people choose different paths, just like Jiraiya who is returning to Konoha now. They Sanin have gone to their respective fields, and there is no possibility of going back. From today, I am the 5th generation of Hokage who controls this village. The white hair fluttering in the wind was like a steel needle, and the lecherous fairy standing on the top floor of Hokage's office looked at Yanshan. Repaired Yanshan, the Hokage of the past dynasties are in sight, but everyone knows that the first 3 have problems. The forehead guard left by the 1st generation is now placed in the drawer of the office. That numbered iron plate has become the heart disease of Konoha's high-level officials, hitting the hearts of the village chuniners like a heavy hammer. Jiraiya, since you have decided to take over this position, it is time for us to inform the ninja world. In order to restore the reputation lost in the Chunin exam, this time we will do our best to invite daimyo from all over the world. Yamashiro Aoba, I will leave this matter to you. Do it. Turning his head to glance at the man in sunglasses standing behind him, Kaharu Udatane gave the order. The lecherous fairy who was touching the railing didn't say anything. Now is not the time to turn against these 2 old people. Today's Konoha can't do without the support of the Fire Country's daimyo. Hey, isn't that Naruto? Why are you here? Huang Mao, who came down from the roof, glanced at the old deer beside Shikamaru, and was equally curious. I also want to ask you, what are you doing up there when you have nothing to do? I went to sign in with the 5th Hokage. 5 generations of Hokage. With 3 exclamation marks in his head, Shikamaru and his father were trembling. When he was in a daze, a big toad jumped down from it, and plop stood in front of him. The big toad is about 1 meter high, and the whole body is yellow and long like a tiger. There are 2 small white flags tied to the back of the toad, with 2 lines of gouging characters written on it. Just when everyone was amazed by this, a black shadow wailed and jumped to the top of the toad's head. 1 big foot swayed sideways, 1 big slap stretched forward, spread kiba, danced its claws, and still had a stick in its mouth. Grass. The white hair on the head is like a hedgehog, and the pattern on the face is like a ghost. Yuhi shirt, green pants, like a wooden shoe off and hair silly. That's right. Naruto followed this immortal to sign in. I'm the person who sees the flowers blooming, the crush of an 18-year-old girl, the idol of a 28-year-old woman, and a 38-year-old mature woman. Dream lover, known as Mount Myoboku Jiraiya, the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha village is me. Quote. Wow haha, come and worship me. Little girl, where is the little girl? Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Little girl, where's my little girl? How is it you? The little girl didn't have 2 pineapple heads. Nara Shikaku bowed her head awkwardly to say hello. Shikamaru pulled Naruto away with a stiff face. Who is this guy like you? What do you mean like me, am I that bad? Uzumaki Naruto listened to Shikamaru comparing him to Jiraiya, and was unwilling at the time. Naruto, what are you talking about? Are you as bad as me? Who's like you? You can't move your legs when you see a woman. If a woman shows her legs, you are blind. If a woman shows her chest, you are lame. If a woman shows half of her eyes, your swollen eyes will turn into toads. Damn it. How can a manly Jiraiya be fascinated by women? A handsome guy like me is fascinated by women. Come on. A woman will wink at you, and you will be so excited. It's useless for you to be serious in front of me. Okay. Jiraiya, who took Naruto into her arms, smirked twice, bit her ears and said, didn't we already discuss it on the way, and we won't be allowed to call like that again after returning to the village. You let go. If you want me to let it go, you're not allowed to call that name again. I see. He pushed the slap away and gasped. Uzumaki Naruto rested for a while, turned over, and jumped off the wall. Just when the big guy felt strange about his behavior, the voice of smirking resounded through Konoha. Women in the village, pay attention, the lecherous fairy is back. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, people. Text chapter 73 _ the rhythm of a flash of inspiration and death. Although I don't know what happened, this child is dead. Interesting academy. Standing in front of Kimamaro's bed, Senju Tsunade pronounced the death sentence in a deep voice. The whole body's internal organs are infected along with the bone marrow. It's a miracle that he can survive until now. Orochimaru, Sama, I'm so sorry. He coughed twice, and the boy who looked up at the roof pulled off his mask, his morbidly pale face showing remorse. I can't continue to serve you. Kun, it's not your fault. The gloomy voice was mixed with a hint of unspeakable loneliness, although Kimamaro had always been kept as a container. But Orochimaru has always had a different feeling for the child who worshipped him as a god. Liamong, who was standing with his back to the door, suddenly said, wait, maybe there is a way I can't do it. What? Turning back in astonishment, Orochimaru and Senju Tsunade were a little stunned. This kid has a way, what can he do? There are different opinions in different fields. Sister Tsunade said no, because she judged from a medical point of view. Uncle Snake is different here. Anyway, it's death, so it's better to gamble. What do you want to do? Orochimaru's voice was unusually low. If Liamong can't say why, he will. The cells of the first generation of Hokage, should Uncle Snake have this thing? You mean? That's right. It's just what you think. The cells of the first Hokage are full of vitality because of Mokuden, wood style, and most of your previous experimental subjects died because of too strong vitality. However, miracles will always happen in the world, and some time ago I saw a living creature. That guy had a fight with me while you were fighting Jiraiya. Half-finished Mokuden, wood style, blood successor. His name is Yamato Tenzo. It's that guy. You want to inject primary cells into Kun's body. Wait, you two bastards, what do you think of Grandpa? Tsunadeheim's blonde hair stood on end when he heard Lu Meng and Orochimaru talk about Senjuhashirama. If it wasn't for some calmness, she would probably have demolished this snake nest immediately. Enle, Tsunade-san, Konoha did the experiment first, and you should find the right owner if you get angry. Uncle Snake is just the executor, and the guy behind him is Danzo. What about immortality? I don't know. Orochimaru was also very strange about Danzo's disappearance. We were still in touch. The guy in the Chunin exam sent a lot of information, but since then, there has been no Yinzun. I thought he was the second or fourth generation of the first generation. Slaughtered, now it seems. That smelly rat is still alive. Rumble smashed half of the wall with a punch. Seeing the ash-shattering roof, everyone immediately swallowed. Sister Tsunade, take it easy, it's underground. I know, it's really wordy. Angrily shouted and retracted his fist from the wall, and the abnormal sound of quack quack frightened everyone. Should we change places first? Lu Meng crooked his neck a little dry, ready to run away at any time. Heihei168.com. Orochimaru's pair of vertical pupils flashed helplessly. No, although it's a bit reluctant, it's not impossible. The strange snake body twisted several times, and the sludge spit out from its mouth filled the gap. After a short time, the whole room settled down. Topic turned. Senju Tsunade was very upset that his grandfather's cells were being used like this. But he didn't say anything else. Maybe this is the helplessness of being a ninja. By the way, Uncle Snake, instead of replacing those bodies that are occupied by souls, why don't you make one yourself? Use primary cells as a base, then add the blood you want, and with that powerful vitality, it will definitely solve your problem. The problem now. A dull thunder struck the top of the head with a bang, and the big snake looked at Liamong with strange eyes. Dead boy, you're crazier than me, are you interested in turning around? How could it be? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Liamong jumped up to a height of 2 feet. I don't even have chakra, and I can't learn it even if you teach me. Hissing and laughter, the bucket-thick white snake shrank to the size of a finger. After being treated by Tsunade, Orochimaru had regained some of his abilities, or he wouldn't have used Doden Earth style just now. But if you think about it, it might be a good idea. A clone cloned from a cell has no soul, so there is no trauma, if it can be done. A word to wake up the dreamer. Liamong, a bastard full of bad water, doesn't know how much trouble he will cause to the ninja world. But even if he knew it, there were 2 lunatics, Uchiha Madara and Nagato, and Orochimaru was not bad in this world. Be crazy, love how to die. With the goal of struggle, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto got into the hard room and prepared to gamble on Kimamaro's life. Lu Meng, who was reprimanded by Senju Tsunade, couldn't help but accompany him, and after that, he made several reagents. After repeated experiments to no avail, Tsunade also brought Shizune into the laboratory. Nothing to do, pulled Hinata and Anko to a secluded corner, and secretly turned over the grimace he had stolen earlier. This thing has to be dealt with quickly, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Let's hurry up and separate them. With both hands on the ground, he summoned the disintegrator. Liuman, who had suffered many losses, didn't dare to do it himself. He looked at Anko on the left and Hinata on the right, and each one stuffed one. You try your luck. Blue, brother Liamong. It's okay, it's all good and bad anyway. You don't know my luck. Hinata was afraid that he couldn't tell the good things, but Anko didn't care about that, and shoved the grimace in his hand into the gear. Yuhi's yellow and blue lights flashed randomly, and after a strange sound, he spat out several objects. No violence. In his heart, lowered his body and rolled over, his eyes suddenly straightened. Anko face, I love you. I love you to death. Stinky boy, what are you talking about? Embarrassed and angry, Mitarashi Anko glanced at Hinata in embarrassment. The little secretary covered her cherry lips with a smirk, her face soft. 1 grimace, 8 souls, 5 tempering and 3 strong, this is really too much of you. The originally excited expression was gradually replaced by stiffness, and the gangster slumped on the ground in a frenzy. Brother, what's wrong with you? My stomach hurts. Yuhi, who had a big head full of bags and threw into Hinata's arms, turned into an apple with her small breast attacked. Brother. Stinky boy, what are you doing? Cough, my stomach hurts. He got up from Hinata's arms with a twitching face, and followed Orochimaru and Tsunade's footsteps with tears on his face, and was also busy in the laboratory. It's just that the materials he wants are very confusing. Pearls are so good, what are roses and meat pieces for? These irrelevant things can also be used to make medicine. Got the information. came over to take a look, and Liamong rushed up at that moment. Good sister, can you demonize pearls? What magic? It's just pouring chakra into it. Forget it. Do you know where there are pearls with chakra? I don't seem to have heard of this. The rumbling thunder was overwhelming, and the Luang was split into a fool. It's fucked up. It's fucked up now. Without the magic pearl, where would he go to make magic crystals? Staring blankly at the broken beads in front of him, the ground is full of heartbreak. Brother, there will be a way. You, don't worry. Hey, Hinata is really good. He touched the little head leaning against his chest, and his dejected heart gradually regained vitality. If you can't find it, you can't find it, and a living person can suffocate urine to death. Isn't it just a magic pearl? Wait, magic. He pinched his chin and thought about Tisk Tisk, and suddenly thought of something. The gangster found Tsunade and asked for the bottle of reagents to put the pearls in it. 3 days later, Genshin's violent laughter resounded through the snake cave. What the hell is going on with that kid? Leave him alone. Quote. Sister Anko, Hinata, hurry up, take off your clothes for me. Shirts, shorts, shoes will do. Brother, Yuhi with a pretty face pulled the front of his clothes, and Hinata looked to the side shyly. Mitarashi Anko's taupe eyes were full of shock and shame. Stinky boy, do you want to die? Damn, what have I done? Don't I just want a dress? You said that. Panic clenched his fists. Lu Mang, who finally reacted, hurriedly explained, that's what. Don't misunderstand, I didn't want to do that. Even if it was, I wouldn't be here, right? It's okay not to explain. Once the explanation is complete, Hinata Yuhi is completely dizzy, and Mitarashi Anko's anger reaches its peak. Excuse me, brothers, turn off the lights. A wave of wolf smoke drifted past. Anko took off his shoes with a stiff face, and his 2 white and tender feet made his eyes hot. Look at what, if you tell a lie, the old lady will. What are you? He glanced at him with a grin and took the shoes in his hands. Liamong took out a few green vials and placed them with the magic crystals he had made. Gaga showed a weird smile. Speaking of these magic dissolvers, I have to mention Uncle Snake. That guy is really a lucky star. Not only does it get the decomposer up to level 3 in a short amount of time, but it also gets a whole bunch of goodies. These green vials are the worst kind. Without them, it would be really difficult to do next. The magic crystal made of enchanted pearls and dazzling roses was melted into a beaker with a magic dissolving agent, and he took the radiance of a glass rod and began to perform his magic. Seeing that his shoes were being flipped over and over in his hands, Mitarashi Anko's face turned and Yuhi bit Silver Kiba. Getting angry, Hinata gently pulled her sleeve. Yuhi, Sister Anko, we can be together. Little fool, what nonsense are you talking about? With a gentle smile, Hinata won't feel jealous. Children who lack caring since childhood desperately need the care of others. It's not about love, it's just love. Liamong, Anko, this is the person she cherishes most now. I want to be with my brother and sister forever. A warm whisper came into his ears. Anko lowered the corners of his eyes, looked at the little girl leaning beside him and shook his head. What a fool. After the 2 girls bit their ears, Liamong completed the last step. Ahaha for Sister Do, try putting it on. Ask for collection, and ask for a monthly pass. At 9 o'clock to 8:40, brothers, the cloud is working hard, you can also give me some strength, please. Text chapter 74_ I've been thinking about a question recently. This is a single tap, he can jump 5 meters high without any chakra consumption. Mitarashi Anko stared blankly at Liamong. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. With Magic Cat Demon, after adding a strange magic power to the shoes, you can permanently make a pair of shoes have Cat Demon-like jumping power. Sister Anko, do you like this gift? Stinky boy, how many things are you hiding from us? I thought I could get a reward and take the opportunity to get a little cheaper, but I didn't expect people to be fooled at all. Liamong was weak and lost his temper, but he immediately picked up Hinata's ninja shoes with a smirk, and played with the slender feet twice. The snow-white little feet were gripped tightly, and the 10-fingered cardamom was a little bit of Yuhi, and the ice-cold drooling was drooling in his hands. The little foot was pinched by Liamong, and the little secretary immediately turned into a pressure cooker, and the timid whisper was extremely satisfying. "Brother, don't. Have you had enough trouble, brat?" Great reluctance, he glanced at the shy little sister Hinata. Lumang retracted his hand unwillingly, and resumed his work of enchanting. Ninja shoes. Jacket. Shorts. Shoulders. Belt. Ring. Necklace. Bracelet. Spending a week modifying the equipment for Hinata Anko and myself, I felt the droopy Kiba sign in my mouth and laughed and pinched my waist. I've been thinking about a question recently: how fierce can I be? With these things, I see who would dare to be shy. The 3 secret treasures of making money in gangsters are ammunition, skilled girls, and fairy grass. The last 2 young masters don't want to touch them, and the front is finally settled. The unexpected success of magic has brought Liamong the luck of a sudden collapse. Guarding Tsunade Orochimaru, 2 experts in the field of medical forbidden technique, coupled with the guidance of Senju Tobarama some time ago, the gangster was struck by lightning out of control. When Orochimaru was about to stab Kimimaro, the boy with a bad stomach gave him a big gift. "Uncle Snake, give this to Kun first, it must increase the success rate a lot. It is more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com." Unlike the blue bottle of chakra recovery potion that surprised people some time ago, the Yuhi bottle Liamong took out this time is obviously not the same thing. Seeing the doubts and inquiries in the eyes of the 2 experts, the scumbag explained, "Norden's expert medicine, this newly developed reagent can replenish the lost vitality. Although I don't know how much it can make up, but drink it. There can be nothing wrong with it." Quote, "There is such a magical thing in the world. The agent that restores the lost vitality. If Orochimaru and Tsunade were killed before seeing the expert recovery potion of Rolian, they would not believe that there is such a thing. But it's different now." Unscrewed a small Yuhi bottle and poured it into his throat. Kimimaro coughed twice, and there was a little Yuhi moisturizing. Senju Tsunade pushed Orochimaru to the side, and after checking it carefully, his eyes stared at Liamong. "Stinky boy, how did you do this?" The same speechless formula was in front of him, and the legendary fat sheep went crazy. "This is impossible." Tsunade Haim, who was hysterical and roaring, almost demolished the house, had to admit that she really couldn't understand this kind of pharmaceutical method. "When will mushroom honey also be used to make medicine, or is this magic reagent?" Putting the deranged woman aside, with Norden's expert potion, Kimimaro's missing life force was miraculously filled, and Orochimaru even thought about giving up. Knowing that this can only cure the symptoms but not the root cause, the young man shook his head resolutely and decided to continue gambling his life. "Master Orochimaru, I know my body. In order to serve you better, I am willing to block everything. I swear with my soul, I must be able to persevere." Quote. The word, "kun," was uttered, and seeing Kimimaro's extremely firm gaze, Orochimaru breathed out his words of persuasion. Silently preparing with Yakushi Kabuto, various test tube electrodes pierced into the body, and the corner of the mouth of the teenager soaked in the medicinal liquid smiled. For Orochimaru-sama's ambition, in order to make himself eligible to continue as a container, he must successfully fuse the cells of the original Hokage. The process of the experiment was extremely long and arduous. From the time when Hashirama's vital cells were integrated into the body, Kimimaro twitched and went crazy from time to time. If it weren't for the support of extraordinary consciousness, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. This is a man who sees faith above all else. The gangster who couldn't help next to him stood in front of the glass cover to cheer, shook his head and walked out of the room. When I got to the door, I saw Enko confronting 4 guys. The black face with 6 arms at the head looks like a horse monkey. The second one, the 3-haired fat neck is like a ball. Behind them, a girl with horns on the left and a monster with green eyes and blue lips on the right. The strangest thing is that he has 2 heads. 4 people, what are you doing to block my woman? Do you want to die? Yuhi turned into an apple when he opened Byakugan's little secretary Hinata's face. Mitarashi Enko bit Silver Kiba and looked back suddenly. Who is your woman? You are my sister, not my woman. Liamong pulled Hinata behind him, raised his chin and stared at the 4 guys on the opposite side. If you plan to go together, you are still the same one. Come one. Deadwood Liamong, do you think that Orochimaru-sama has given you a 3-pointed face, and you can be mad in Otogakure village? I, Gue Hitamaru, are not afraid of you. Flash. Standing at the back, Zuo-jin held his shoulders. Don't cause trouble, come back and take care of him soon. With blue lips, green eyes and white face, a monster with 2 heads in front and back led the team past, slamming his fists and snorting coldly. Lu Meng, who didn't want to have the same knowledge as them, immediately changed his mind. That box contains the Thor sword, right? Leave it for me. Rush forward, stretched out, and elbowed, and the left and right faces who banged on the arm of the wall were full of surprise. The 4 people who flew out backwards, hit the wall, and threw them, and in a blink of an eye, they became mice lying in the nest. Some people you can't afford to offend. Arrogant. The slowly emerging curse mark, disgusting and deadly, crawled to the cheeks. Just when they were about to go crazy, Yakushi Kabuto squeaked open the door. Don't make trouble here, Lord Orochimaru ordered you to go back to the North Post. Rest, there will be a new task to perform in a week, you can put this scroll away. Quote. He robbed him of our mission item. He stared at the sword box that Liamong leaned on beside him, with green zombie-like eyes that were similar to blades. Yakushi Kabuto, who pushed the flat mirror, smiled. That was the transaction between Orochimaru and him. Since the thing was taken away by him, the transaction is considered complete. I don't care what you do with him, but don't mess around at the base. Otherwise, there will be consequences. You know. 1, 2, 3, or 4, they reached out their hands and pointed, and the group of 4 who were so angry that they didn't dare to let go, turned around and left. Deadwood Liamong, you'd better stay here for the rest of your life. Otherwise, when you step out of the base, it's you. The time of death. Quote. Yo, that's crazy. He threw the sword case in his hand to Hinata, with a grinning gleam behind him. He wanted to see who would die first when he walked out of the base. Brother, I will go too. It's just me, and it's time to test these equipment. For a ninja of Mitarashi Enko's level, it is not something that can be achieved by training hard overnight. It takes not only perseverance, but also extraordinary luck. If not, you will be stuck here for the rest of your life, and it will be like this until death. But now, with the enchanted equipment provided by Liamong, Enko is eager to test how much her strength level can be improved. Walking out of the underground base, he found a remote corner and stood still, and Gue Hitamaru, the most bad-tempered of the 4, took the lead. Don't look at the cruel words of the 4 of them, but they really want to fight Liamong, but they don't have the courage. Gangster in Konoha has become a taboo in the entire ninja world. At the same time, the danger level of this guy has also reached the peak, and he is on the same level as many old missing nins. Under their reputation, there are no virtuous people. In the face of a gangster who is full of bad water, they don't dare to be contemptuous at all. I'll come first. Yingzi shook off the beige trench coat, and Mitarashi Enko smiled and stared at the 6-armed black-faced monkey on the opposite side. Gue Hitamaru sneered and glanced at him. It's really thick skin to let a woman come forward. Sister Enko wants to play, of course my brother won't stop you. If you want to die, I will fulfill you in a while. The 4 people did not dare to work hard, but it did not mean that Liamong did not dare. If these 4 guys really pissed him off, he wouldn't care about Orochimaru or Orochimaru. Don't forget, Senju Tsunade is now his most solid backing. What is the most powerful this year? Holding the thigh is the most powerful. The 4-shot shuriken started, and Mitarashi Enko, who took the opportunity to get close, raised his foot and kicked. With 2 arms in front of him, 4 slaps stretched into the corners of his mouth, trying to spit out the spider-glued Gui Hitomi pills, only to feel a huge force coming from his chest, and the whole person fell and flew out. What a magical enchantment, it can actually bring such a strong power. Although it is not comparable to Tsunade-sama's chakra-enhanced strength, it is far superior to ordinary Jonin. Trying the additional strength of the clothes and pants, Anko, who felt good, formed a handprint again, and the increase in the casting speed brought her a lot of surprises. Shadow Snake Hand. 3 points faster than usual, the chakra flow completed the request with a blink of an eye, and Anko, who had several pythons sprang from his sleeves, giggled coquettishly. Gui Hitomaru, who opened the spider web, was stunned. This is Orochimaru's art, you. Seeking Collection, and Seeking Monthly Pass, have 4 updates on the cloud. Brothers are working hard. It's really not easy to write a book these days. Text Chapter 75 _ The Little Girl Who Can't Be Ignored, the first appearance of magic. Is it strange? Sister Anko is Uncle Snake's great disciple. Interesting academy. He blinked his eyelids maliciously, and grinned wickedly when he hugged Hinata. Standing behind the spider web, Guidumaru was restless, and the identity of Mitarashi Anko put him under great pressure. How could this woman have something to do with Orochimaru? Sama, isn't she the ninja that Konoha ran out of? Hateful. Gui Hitomaru was dumbfounded there. Anko wouldn't wait. Seeing the cobwebs that bound the poisonous snake, a little star flashed in the dangerous gray-brown pupils. Siwei Shenhai Wu Yin. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The misty sparks overflowed from the necklace on the chest, the ring on the finger, the bracelet on the wrist, and the orange Yuhi, colored fireball turned pure white in an instant, and the temperature rose in a straight line. Mitarashi Anko's chakra attribute is fire, and Liamong specially prepared a 3-piece set of accessories for her. All of them are enchanted with flame Pinoshu, and the fire attribute is strengthened by 6. Together, they are up to 100%. Such a powerful bonus makes Kaden, Fire Style, whose lethality is already super high, even more perverted. This is impossible. That's no ordinary Kaden, Fire Style, the Grand Fireball is the wrong color. The eyeballs that burst open one after another all protruded from their sockets. Duo Yuya, left and right, Jirobo, saw the pure white flames that turned the spider web into fly ash in front of him, no longer the previous contempt and pride. Is this the interest of the chief disciple of Orochimaru? Those who watched the battle were in a daze, those who participated in the battle were scared and dumbfounded, and Gatonmaru, who was embarrassed to avoid all the way, was covered in cold sweat. If you get caught, you will die. Pure white flame, how hot does this have to be? State 2 transformation. Forced out so soon. Looking at Spider-Man's grandson, who has turned from a human to a ghost with long horns and 3 eyes in the middle of his forehead, the Liuman is gone. If Erlang Shen-kun sees this, he must not send the Shaoshan dog out. They are all 3 eyes, and the gap is too big for him. Shame, lose a person. Spirituality Spider. The shameless Guidumaru can't handle that, and Mitarashi Anko brought him a lot of pressure. Cobweb is most afraid of Kaden, Fire Style, do you want to use a long-range attack? Thinking of the speed of Anko's approach just now, Spider-Man and his grandson immediately rested his mind. I can't beat it, the attributes are suppressed, the gap in melee power is too large, and the distance can't be opened, and the cobwebs originally used to contain them don't work. Get these disgusting reptiles away. Heihei168.com. The ninja sword drawn from under the cloak slashed a large piece of spark, and the sharp blade of the fire attribute attack slashed an open space in the spider swarm. The charred spiders fell to the ground, smoked into balls, and smoked, one by one, and the other became donkeys and eggs. This battle is over. I admit defeat. With a gloomy expression, he exited State 2, and Gatonmaru retreated to the crowd in sweat. The remaining 3 guys looked at each other. Who came? Facing Mitarashi Anko with a sharp blade, Jirobo, the king of big stomachs, patted his stomach and headed out. My strength should be no worse than her. although Doden Earth style is not as restrained as Sweden Water style Kaden Fire style, but also not restrained by Kaden Fire style. I'll try first after you guys push. Be careful, that woman is not easy to deal with. I know. Nodding and walking towards the midfield, Jirobo made a plan, rushes over and transforms after a while, and then crushes with super strength. Brother, sister Anko, this time, let me come this time. He whispered to his two little fingers, and the unexpected invitation of Hinata's little secretary really surprised many people. Even this shy and weak girl wants to play, isn't it too contemptible? The four of them spit fire in their angry eyes. Mitarashi Anko, who came back, took Hinata's shoulders, blinking his taupe eyes and encouragingly said, "Come on, you can do it." Thank you, sister. Come on. Hinata let her go if she wanted to. With herself and Anko around, she wasn't afraid of anything going wrong. The four angry idiots facing away from the corners of their eyes, Liamong is secretly happy. Looking down on Hinata will be your biggest mistake. Please observe a lot. Mingming was fuming and fighting, but he just observed it with a sentence. As soon as Hinata's little secretary opened his mouth, Jirobo was Sparta at the time. Seeing such a weak appearance of Hinata, Jirobo's mouth was curled up like a bitter gourd, almost to the back of his head. Just a little girl who doesn't look good no matter how you look at it, isn't it a shame to fight her? Look at her slap that can kill her. If I win this fight, it will be called victory. If I lose, I have to throw that face to my grandma's house. Jirobo, who was reluctant to fight with Hinata, opened his mouth and shouted, "I said who are you?" "Day, Hyuga Hinata." "Yo, she's still a little girl from the Hyuga family, so take a good look at it." The tall body was almost short to the ground before he noticed Hinata's white pupils, and Jirobo immediately became tired and crooked. "You said that you have nothing to do with your head down so short. Isn't this a pockmark or a pit man?" Thinking about the famous gentle fist of the Hyuga family's ninja world, Jirobo hissed twice and it was not easy to handle. Except for his Doden Earth style, all he can use is fist and kick, and it seems that he will suffer a loss in the fight against Hyuga's gentle fist. "No, I have to change someone. I can't match this little girl. If you win, you lose your share, and if you lose, you steal someone. You can't eat this loss." "That, Day, Hyuga Hinata, right. You go back. I don't know Jirobo like a little girl. You go back and come out with someone with a name and a surname. That woman was good before, or you can let the bastard with the surname of Kuchiki come out. Don't speak ill of brother Liamong. I'm very strong." The little head raised finally, two milky white pupils weeping. When the wind blew, Sister Hinata, who was standing in the field, became even weaker, as lovely as a porcelain doll. Jirobo was speechless at the time. "Are you really going to fight?" "Well, please watch a lot. I watch your sister Ami." He vomited 3 liters of blood with black lines all over his forehead, and when he saw that Hinata was about to fight, Jirobo, who was tied up, didn't even open the spell seal. Thinking about it in my heart, I can go up and fight twice, and quickly send it away so that I can make a replacement. The north wind blows, the grass breaks wildly, and the fat man who underestimates the enemy smashes into a mound. Jirobo, who didn't take Hinata seriously, flew away with just 1 hit. Dodgy spiral winding strength progress in moving the hammer. The small hand stretched forward stroking, swinging and pushing, and the little secret hand in his arms slammed out 2 hollow fists. Jirobo, whose internal organs and 6 abdomens were all displaced, fell back into the team like a cannonball, and the 2 ice blue fist marks on his chest and lower abdomen were extremely eye-catching. What's going on? Isn't the Hyuga family unable to use advanced ninjutsu? Where did this Hyoten ice style come from? Hands like a round circle, Hinata rolled her eyes shyly. With magic ice Clahe. Krahi, who is the younger sister of Flame Pinoche, is different from her elder sister who was born with the power of fire. The power of ice flowing in her body. By enchanting the power of Kratch into the gloves made of celestial silk, it becomes an ice attribute attack, which is why the fist mark has ice. This idiot has underestimated the enemy again. He scolded bitterly. Zojin to Yuya bit Kiba with a pair of eyes, and the name of the group of 4 should not be lost. I'll go, you hold back. It was obviously not possible to play at the same time, and Duoyu also stopped in front of Zuojin and whispered, my demonic illusion should be able to restrain her, maybe it will be worse when you get close. Then be careful. The handheld flute stood in front of the field, Duoyu also snorted coldly and directly burst out the curse mark too, and the pale horns stood on the top of his head, I'm not the fat idiot just now. Please observe a lot. A little scared, Hinata clicked her little head, and Hinata waved her hands. The previous opening remarks blurted out again, and Tayuya's face was angry, and his yuhi-colored hair was frizzy at that time. Spiritualism 3 ghosts. Among the white clouds that burst, 3 monsters with a height of 5 meters appeared. What it is? A gray-haired masked shoulder hammer with an anti-nail head, a blindfold white cloth with bone spurs tied to his arms, and the last one covered in bandages without long arms. Are these guys psychic beasts? Little girl from the Hyuga family, you have to be careful, don't leave your life here inadvertently. Thank you for reminding me, I'm fine. Nodding again to show that it's okay, Hinata's gentle look made Taiyu completely angry. Women like to compare each other, and women with bad temper hate those who are weak in nature. In their opinion, that is called lack of backbone. The flute sounded, and the 3 ghosts went out. Seeing the 3 monsters jumping high in the field, Mitarashi Anko turned to Liamong, aren't you worried at all? What are you worried about? Are you worried about the other person? Hinata is no ordinary girl. Rumbling rocks splashed, and the little secretary who escaped the mace bombarded with 2 twists and avoided the bone spurs drawn horizontally. Duo Yeyu slowly raised the corners of his mouth when he looked at the figure hurriedly dodging in the arena, I see how long you can hide. The sound of the flute speeded up, and the speed of the 3 ghosts' attack was 3 more violent. I can't be ashamed in front of the person I like. Once again dodging the giant hammer, he took out 3 smoke bombs from behind and threw them down. Blue veins suddenly appeared in Hinata's eyes. Byakugan. The enemy uses the sound to control the puppet, and she must watch the scene. After the line of sight is blocked, she will have a chance. With Byakugan around, the use of smoke bombs has always been Hyuga's most shameless defense against the enemy. The enemy can't see, they can see. Damn little girl movie, you brought it on yourself. Finale Chapter 9. Chaos in the Demon Realm. There is another chapter in the evening for Ask for Collection, and Ask for a Monthly Pass. Before 9 o'clock, the cloud should be as early as possible. It's like 7 or 8 o'clock. 4 chapters a day, brothers are awesome. Text Chapter 76_2 Prodigal Girls Who Can't Even Lie. The 3 ghosts, whose mouths were sewn together with thick threads, roared silently as the flute changed, and 3 translucent long snakes full of mouths spewed out of the thick threads that were broken away. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. What are those? Hiding in the smoke and opening the Byakugan, Hinata carefully avoided 3 guys who didn't look good at first sight. Go straight to the Lord. After solving the summoner, these puppets should be useless. The opponent uses the flute to control the puppet. In other words, the 3 big guys cannot be controlled by mental awareness or other means. Smoke bomb. After hanging out with Liamong for a long time, there will be no poor people. The ninja tools that ordinary ninjas are reluctant to use many times, Hinata has thrown out 4. Seeing the purple smoke surrounding him, Tayuya snorted and quickened his movements. Trying to use these mists to cover up the sneak attack would be too underestimated. The flute sound turned, the 3 ghosts turned back, and Duoyu, who surrounded himself with puppets, also quietly waited for the smoke to dissipate. A cowardly little girl will only use such unworthy means, as long as the battle is over. His hands spread sideways, one up and one down. Hinata gestured towards Hyuga's gentle fist. The last time she played against Neji, the little girl already had her own 000 experience. Brother Liamong, I can definitely stand behind you. 8 trigrams 64 palms. In this realm, everything about you will be under my control. 8 trigrams 2 palms. The defense that he thought was foolproof suddenly broke, and Taiyuki, who was caught off guard by Hinata's approach, was also shocked. How could it be? How could her speed suddenly become so fast? Lai Bug dodged and hit 2 palms, and before he could feel the pain, the attack of the violent storm hit his body. 8 trigrams 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Wearing flower-like butterfly-like sword fingers, extremely sharp and piercing all over the body, after 64 palms finished, Hinata swung his hands behind him violently. Finishing move double Bs. 2 little hands with chakra whistling. The impression was directed to the ear, only to feel that Duo Yu also fell to the ground without even letting out a ruthless sentence. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The smoke dissipated, looking at the 3 immobile puppets, and then at the unconscious companion. The dead face on the left was twitching, and the skin was peeled like frost hitting an eggplant. 1 layer, 2 layers, countless. The layer is almost falling off the slag. Well done, brother. Feeling the temperature coming from the top of her head, Hinata shyly buried her face in her chest, and waited for a long wave of gentle emanations to wait for the nearby Kidumaru to wake up Taiyu, before letting go of the little secretary and walking towards the midfield. The most arrogant guy, it's time for us to come. Kuimu Liamong, you only know how to make women come forward, don't think I'll be afraid of you. Ningming's heart was terrified, but his mouth was dead, and his appearance was so stern that Liamong was happy at that time. Touching his nose, he took out a kiba stick and put it on it. The gangster headed over without saying a word. Look at your white-ashed face, he looks like a bad guy, die for me. Shaking his hand and hitting the door with a brick, Zuo-jin was blinded when he encountered this trick for the first time. Stupid kung fu, not only got a stick on the top, but also got a slap on the bottom. Street Fighter Earth Shatter. Deliberately pushing his right leg into the ground, he lifted up the old high with pieces of soil and rocks, and the man laughing wildly spat out a poisonous shadow needle. Seeing blood on his face, he felt numb, and both Zuo-jin and Zuo-jin felt wrong when he woke up. Poisonous. It's not a sin for a man to cry, it's not a sin to cry, it's heartbreaking to cry too much. What is that guy singing? He hummed an inexplicable tune in his mouth, slapped the smudged brick in his hand, and found that Liamong, who woke up near his brother, jumped into the air with a kick. Death mist. There were bursts of dark purple poisonous smoke from the banging poison bag. This was not the smoke bomb just now. Being in the fog, Zuo-jin, who was already rigid, felt more and more uncomfortable. Multiple punches, multiple feet. Pervert than Haruno Sakura, she was disgusting beyond imagination when hitting people around. Who would have thought that a fist could be born on the forehead? Liamong thought of it, so Liamong made a move. 100 Blossoms Nian-chi Mask. Come on, baby, in this enchantment, your grandfather is invincible. Damage absorption enchantment, is there anything more disgusting than this? There is no need for a defensive attack at all. You punch me and I kick you. You hit Liamong from the left and right, and the Liuman is fine. If the Liuman hits the left and right, the 2 children will be Spartans. Get out. The body that was torn left and right leapt out, and the monster that entered the second state had sharp horns on its head. Is it this way? To prevent your disgusting things from entering your body, this battle should end as soon as possible. 100 Flowers Spiral Thought Aura. The body that was rushing forward abruptly stopped, and the madness of the palm of the hand was revealed to me to death. The azure blue energy vortex with a diameter of 2 meters slammed into the right ear. The brilliance circulated, and a harsh scream resounded through the sky. Brother! Is this guy born in the year of the pig? Why is he hitting people in the head? Dodging and dodging the sharp corner of Zuo-jin, Liamong disappeared in a blink of an eye. The 3 people outside who were injured and vomited blood were all dumbfounded. The one inside was really close, the strongest person in their group after Kimimaro left. Wouldn't it be because someone was transferred? How could it be so weak? Brother is the best. The brat is much stronger again. In the poisonous fog of death, the body gradually disappears. As long as it does not attack, Liamong will be invisible. The power of the Poison King is beyond imagination. Poison can not only be used on the enemy, but can also be used for oneself. Feeling more and more powerful fists, the bad boy decided to beat Zuo-jin to half-death. Baby, it's not right to pee and play with mud in the big summer. Come on, hit the left face first, then stretch out the right face after hitting the left face. You have to believe in Buddha, it is wrong to use a knife or a gun. The big slap swung to the face to death, and how did Kong Lao say that? The master said, fight with bricks, head and face, just call friends together, and fall to the death. Another brick was slapped on the face, and the rising tide suddenly shook, and he used the most shameless, the most inhumane trick in the world, the magic shadow clone, also known as the gangster kick art. 11 flowing lights suddenly surrounded Zuo-jin, who was dizzy in the middle. Although you scolded me, how can I know the same as you? Come on, boy, let's light up your weapons. Brothers, get on me. The big foot lifted up and aimed at the forehead and fell down, and the semi-transparent clones were surrounded and kicked. Have you ever seen a street gang fight? This is it. No matter how high the weapon is, it can't beat the kitchen knife. Broken hands, broken legs, and broken ribs. Hear what it sounds like, it's the sound of heartbreak. He kicked Zuo-jin to death and kicked him next to his bloodied brother to recover. Liamong wiped the scattered hair and shook off his cloak. He turned his head and looked into the distance happily. Uncle Snake, how long have you been here? Damn boy, you really don't give me face. It's just a few wastes. With me here, you can make a batch anytime, anywhere. With the Norden Expert Potion as the basis, Lu Meng said this with great confidence. The pale complexion glowed slightly, and Kimimaro's appearance was extremely shocking. I'm not here, you guys have become such a waste, it seems that you have no value to live anymore. The bone spurs pulled out by the brush slammed violently, and found that Kimimaro was about to start. Orochimaru hurriedly stopped. Kun, although they are a little waste, but they have a task to do recently. Your body is just right, don't act too rashly. Quote. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Kimimaro's efforts to speak, he had to put the bones back. Liamong grabbed his arm. This is not a good habit. I said, how did you become that bird in the first place? Just pull the bones out and use them and throw them away. Or one day you'll have to finish it. Thank you. He tilted his head and glanced at the bone spur in his hand, and Kimimaro's pale face showed a slight smile. The 4 people who got up in a daze were all stunned. Kimimaro would laugh too. Their immediate boss always had an expression on his face, except when he met Orochimaru. Sama. He would show a respectful attitude. Why did he show such an appearance? Heck. That guy named Liamong. The complexion changed and his head lowered. Although he didn't want to admit it, the 4 of them were really afraid of the gangster. Glancing sideways at a few unsatisfactory subordinates, Orochimaru hissed Yuhi's tongue and licked it. Damn boy, I heard you've come up with something new recently. Ha, I know I can't beat you. Let's see how much this sword is worth. Orochimaru that was in his hand pulled out, and the luster of Yuhi was restrained under the scorching sun. Pervert slapped his arm with a smirk. Nice baby, how much does it cost? Oh, small blue crystals, elemental crystals, bottle magic power dissolves, plus the same amount of magic crystals. The amount of materials increased tenfold without blinking. Hinata, who knew the real situation later, immediately lowered his head, and Matarashionko's face twisted. Yes, she quickly bit her lip. Really, Orochimaru's gloomy expression was strange. Really, how dare I lie to you? Ha 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 twice, and Liamong, who quietly looked back, knew that it was broken. Why didn't these 2 prodigal girls live in Kabuto? It's all money. Cough, Uncle Snake, listen to me. Today's fourth update of Ask for a Reward, Brothers and Sisters, 12,000, really no less than others. Saturday and Sunday, 7 more. Don't forget to cheer for us when the time comes. Your support, the power of the cloud. Text chapter 77_bargaining arms dealer's plan. Small blue crystal block, elemental crystal, magic power dissolving bottle, plus the same amount of magic crystal, Uncle Snake, this is a real number. Hey168.com re-reported the list with a loud voice, and turned around to wink at the two girls. Eyes squeezed, can catch a row of flies. Orochimaru laughed angrily at the time. Damn boy, you make it up, you continue to make it up, I'll see how much you can make up. Uncle Snake, look at your old saying, how can this be called editing? Business is not righteous. Who are we and who, do you think so? I'm your head, and Orochimaru hasn't stopped for a day since I saw Liamong this bastard. Tell me, how did the Hatakes give birth to such a bastard as you? The scourge of the ninja world, which has never been won in 800 years, was just like that. If there is no crystal block, you will die. Orochimaru, who was never afraid of death, just didn't spit. In desperation, Liamong reduced and reduced, until the last, small blue crystals, elemental crystals, 5 bottles of magic dissolving agent, plus the same amount of magic crystals. Although there is still water in this list, it is infinitely close to the bottom line, and Orochimaru finally reluctantly accepts it. When the north wind blows, my darling will be cool. Brother, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize to him, he's an asshole. Pulling over the little secretary who bowed his head to admit his mistake, Mitarashi Enko bit Kiba and rounded his eyes. You bite me. Bite and bite. The hatred rose to the ground. Liamong opened his mouth and bit his chest. Enko was immediately blinded. Stinky boy, where are you going to bite? Sister, I want to drink milk. Stinky boy, you go down. A fierce struggle completely ignored the petrified crowd, and the black line above Orochimaru's head took the person away. Turning to revolving heaven, Lu Meng banged on the door, and sat on the chair beside the door. Uncle Snake, what is the most valuable thing in the ninja world? Arms. Let's discuss and discuss. You will provide the materials, and I will make the things. Then 373721, how about the division of labor and cooperation? I'm 7 and you're 3. Orochimaru said sullenly. Liamong was not happy at that time. Uncle Snake, you are such a big man, how can you do such a non-human thing? It's very troublesome for me to build things, and the materials are not worth a few dollars. I will give you 3. Don't play tricks with me, dead boy. Not everyone can use your machine. Since I provide the materials, I can't ask for too little. Otherwise, you can just build it yourself, and I don't want a penny. Don't let yourself compete with the decomposition machine. Liamong is not so stupid. That ghost must have been Orochimaru's wife in his last life, and 9 out of 10 times were violent. Change it to Liamong himself. Oh, the high-selling one. The two of them must have been enemies in their previous life, and they may not be violent once 100 times. 4-6, you 4, I 6, no more. Biting his lip cruelly, the little face of the gangster head twitched, almost catching up with Juwatai. 5-5, whether you like it or not. He hissed out his tongue with a smirk on his face. Whoever said Orochimaru was stupid, he was also a profiteer. Eyeballs stared at each other for a long time. Liamong had no choice but to compromise. 5-5 is 5-5, but weapons can't be sold casually. Things are rare and expensive. Isn't Konoha going to hold a Hokage succession ceremony recently? Let's go to them that sell, auction. Have you lived enough? Who said I've lived enough? I won't let Sister Tsunade attend. He smirked with a light bulb in his head, and the smug Liuman dug a hole for himself, and he regretted it a lot in the future. Orochimaru looked at the dead boy full of bad water from head to toe. I want Sasuke Uchiha. As a trade condition, you help me get him back. You still want to hit his body? Liamong was a little surprised. Uncle Snake was going to die. Hissing, his eyes narrowed, Orochimaru raised his eyes to look at the ceiling. I need his eyes, the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, that can't be awakened by a bloodline. Rather than betting on the unknown, it's better to get the ready-made ones. Quote. Okay, I'm here to help, but I want a favor. What do you want? People, I want people. Liamong stared straight at Orochimaru. Uzumaki Shonglin, I want that girl. Okay, last time you asked for the Uzumaki family's sealing technique, it was for her. Drink it, and I know I can't hide anything from you. He raised his thumb high. Lu Meng didn't mean to deny the matter. To geniuses in the Hokage junior generation, Uzumaki is definitely on the top of the list. Jinchuriki column, the first generation of Hokage people, can perceive maliciousness. Fragrant scales to accompany and support, maybe it is the second Mito. With the seal art of the Uzumaki family, many things are much easier to handle. Sasuke, the solitary north wind blew her messy hair, and Haruno Sakura raised her hand and knocked on the door of Uchiha's house. With a creaking sound, Ursuko, who had not seen the light for many days, opened the door, and the two people looked at each other from one mile and the other, as if they were in two worlds. How have you been lately? Sakura forced a smile out of her heart. Ursuko was still cold. Sakura, this is not the place you should be. Sasuke. I said, this is not the place you should come, and don't come again in the future. The closed door blocked the view, and with the eager shouting outside the door, the orphan Uchiha tightly closed his eyes. You won't understand, this cursed family, and this cursed village. What is the truth, Itachi, and 3 generations? Chunon's exam that day came to his ears, and the corners of Ursuko's eyes stinged a little again. They all play me for a fool. Hate, disgust, walking in the empty Uchiha mansion, Ursuko seems to hear the roar of the wraith at any time. The status of the ruler, the family accompanies everything for this, and what role does Uchiha Itachi play here? Ursuko, who has been reading history books all the time recently, vaguely has the answer. The side who loses the power struggle has never had a good end. The demise of the Uchiha family is precisely because of this. If you are not willing to be mediocre, you will go to madness. Only strength can solve everything. Only by possessing the power to transcend everything can one not be swayed by the world. Reaching out to hold down the mark left by the man, Sasuke Uchiha's face turned cold again. Why did we go looking for that guy? Isn't Kimamaro's body already healed? A pale and arrogant figure appeared in front of his eyes, and Duoyu pouted without complaint. Maybe the Orochimaru people want to change to a new container. We are always hard to guess what he thinks. But that kid named Liamong is really a bastard. If there is a chance in the future. Are you going to beat him together? Or do you want to kill him? If there is a chance, I will. The two heads were raised together, and they would never forget the humiliation given to them by the gangster. Konoha Hidden Village, Yoshino Grill, Ino's sister looked at Choji's big belly enviously. I really envy you, it doesn't matter how much you eat. Why do you want to lose weight, Ino? The chubby pancake's face was twisted into a twist, and the little fat man's head was covered with paste. Girls want to be more perfect in front of the person they like. Thinking of the man who was drifting away like the wind, Sister Ino said a little dejectedly. Choji's chubby face was full of doubts, slim enough to be likable. Of course, which boy would like it? No, don't all boys like slender girls? Slender Jade gestured with a double S curve, and Sister Ino winked mischievously. The reverse is the same. Yeah, so Choji, if you want to be liked by girls, you have to find a way to lose weight first. Quote. Come on. Shikamaru, who couldn't listen to his friend's disappointed face, scolded him. You said you wanted to lose weight, but I didn't see you keep your mouth shut. Bastard. How can you lose weight if you don't eat enough? You bastard, don't think it's amazing to be Chunin. The vicious voice threw a pink fist, and Ino was furious like a fried tiger. Shikamaru was defeated immediately. Women are really troublesome species. Who said this? Darwin, or Galileo, not Addison. I remember that the boss seemed to have said that the guy invented the light bulb. On the way home after dinner, Shikamaru, who was not very interested in Choji, patted his friend's shoulder. Don't worry about that crazy woman, men don't like skinny girls as they think. In fact, plumper women are more attractive. Secretly telling you, this is what my father said. Really? Of course, my troublesome mother is not thin. So, instead of losing weight, Ino should gain weight, maybe it will be more cute. Bulging his cheeks and making a balloon, Shikamaru smiled and comforted his friend. Choji smiled happily, you're so funny, and you're smart. I don't care, it's okay to be fat. Speaking of which, only you succeeded in this Chunin selection test. I knew that you were the best. Yes, none of them can compare to you. That's not what I said. If I meet you, I may be the one who loses. If that's the case, maybe I'll admit defeat in advance. Head embarrassingly, Choji sighed, but the teacher said just now that I know how to eat, and I don't have any strength. Don't pay too much attention to the dead monkey, you have to believe that you are the best. Shikamaru, you are such a nice person. Aha, stop talking, see you later, don't forget to meet tomorrow, we still have important things to discuss. The rustling autumn wind blew up the fallen leaves. Looking up at the withered and yellow scenery, Shikamaru let out a sullen breath in trouble. Hokage, the big name, everything is piled up. Ask for a monthly pass, starts in the new month, brothers and sisters can vote for one vote, and the cloud will be on the list tomorrow. Text Chapter 78 Kimimaro, you have to learn from my brother. Kakashi, what do you think about Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya-sama, this. I know you always feel you owe Uchiha something because of Obito. But Kakashi, things are different now with Sasuke. Lord Jiraiya, Sasuke is still a child. He said nervously, facing the newly appointed Hokage. The Hatake owner was very uneasy. Lecherous Immortal sighed, his eyes a little sharp. 12 years old is not too young. Kakashi, age doesn't tell a person's talent. Konoha's situation is not optimistic at the moment. The old man and many excellent ninjas are gone. The village's current less than half the strength of the past tense. I don't allow any more accidents, you know. I understand, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi lowered his head with a lonely expression, not daring to look directly at the stern eyes of the lecherous immortal. I will personally monitor Sasuke's place, and if he has any problems, I will take care of it. No, this matter is left to Anbu. Although the strength of the village has been greatly damaged at the moment, the task has not been reduced because of this, but it has been a little more than before. This is likely to be a test made by the neighboring country, for which the ninja school is taught. The teachers have all been approved. As the elite of the village, you must go out to carry out the task. We must use a strong face to eliminate those turbulent minds. But Sasuke. Kakashi, the village is far more important than a Uchiha kid. The task list on the table was slowly pushed past, and Jiraiya didn't smile at all. Hatake, who took the order, responded and went out to the Uchiha's house. No matter what, he has to make another effort. The light wind blew through the setting sun, and the uninhabited houses were in ruins, and there were still traces of fighting in many places. The head of the Hatake family stopped by a small lake, and the boy in front of him was looking at the water in a trance. Sasuke. The familiar shout came into his ears, and the dazed young man woke up. It's Kakashi, what are you doing to see me, a prisoner under house arrest? You're not a criminal. Am I any different from a prisoner now? Haha sneered twice and didn't even bother to turn his head back. Under Uchiha Sasuke's raised right hand, 3 Tomo Sharingan twisted wildly. Kakashi is running out of words, and Ursukako's current situation is indeed no different from that of a prisoner. The scope of activities was limited to the Uchiha mansion, and Anbu was watching at all times, which was no different from a prisoner. Interesting Academy first release. Can't let go of those past hatreds. As long as you promise me, I'll go and ask the 5th generation Hokage. Shut up. What do you know? Suddenly looking back, the 3 Tomo Sharingan turned wildly. Sasuke's eyes were full of death, and Yuhi's eyes were full of hatred. With a deep sigh, Kakashi walked to the side and sat side by side. Know what? You should have heard about my stay in Anbu. Because of work, I have met a lot of people like you. Take hatred as people who are motivated have nothing to do in the end. Sasuke, you are my most cherished student, and I don't want you to die. Taking revenge as the only goal will only make yourself hurt more deeply and live more bitterly, even if it pays off in the future. If you have hatred, you will only leave an emptiness, and you will go crazy. Give it up. Hatred should not be all you have. Don't pretend to teach me, you don't know anything at all. The whole family was wiped out and his biological brother ran away. Whenever he thinks of those cruel scenes, Sasuke Uchiha has the urge to go crazy. Especially after knowing that Akatsuki still hides some unknown things, this madness has become more and more violent, and it has a tendency to become more and more serious, which can be resolved in a few words. Thinking of the hatred, Ursuko stared at Kakashi viciously. Since you said it so well, why don't I go and kill your heaviest person now? In that case, you will know how stupid you are. After this, you can still be the same as before, so what if I listen to you? The cold laughter came into his ears, but Kakashi didn't mean to be angry, but chuckled twice. The second assistant's expression became more and more gloomy. Hee, what you said is a good idea. But I don't have the most important people anymore. After a slight pause, Kakashi restrained his smile, because they have already been killed. Uchiha, driven by hatred, was stunned on the spot. Kakashi's narration continues. I'm much older than you, and I've been through times even more chaotic than now. I know the pain of losing a loved one better than anyone else. Father, mother, uncle, brother, teammates, and so many others died in that era. Some of them can't even get their bodies back, they can only take used items as a souvenir. Compared with me, although you are also unfortunate, you are not the most unfortunate one, because you still have friends. There is a woman who likes you, and I have nothing. Gently picking up a dead leaf and looking at it, Kakashi threw it towards the lake. It is because of loss that you know how to cherish it. The power I teach you is not for revenge, but for protecting what you cherish. People, think about it. This is the advice of a teacher. Quote. The cold eyes stared at the person who was leaving, and through the gap in the forest, the four Otogaker, who had arrived first, raised their eyes. That guy just now was Sharingan Kakashi, and I know his looks. If we were surrounded by ninjas like that, we'd be in big trouble. Let's just wait. Cowards, if you're scared, I'll go on my own. Megumi glanced at Gatonmaru with disdain, and Duoyu didn't care about Kakashi or Kakadong. Even if there is a Kakub, she will ignore it. Turning his head to look at the men in the team, Zuo-jin laughed. Really? As long as two ninjas of that level come, you will die miserably. Shut your stinky mouth for me. How come you are everywhere? A lot of you. Girls talk. How much is needed? Damn fat man, are you idle too? Two words choked the two teammates. The girl with flying hair in Yuhi was not gentle at all. Uchiha Sasuke, she is also caught. Mitarashi Anko, who had been rushing for a day, stretched his back, and the little secretary sitting behind Tsunade was full of worries. Sister Anko, where did you say brother and the others were? Hinata, instead of worrying about that bastard, it's better to worry about others. Is he the one who suffers? It seems to be the same. Remembering what Liamong once did, the little secretary put on a smile on his face. On Sanpao Street in the Land of Fire, the black-faced gangster slapped the counter. Boss, is money really that important to you? I've been talking about it for more than 3 hours, and you only pay a penny. No drop. Objective, please explain some reasons. Is that not a penny? You give 500 yuan for 800 yuan, 130 for 500 yuan, and 50 for 300 yuan. If I sell it to you, I might as well just let me die. Okay, if you dare to die, I will dare to bury it. Hurry up, Malu, are you going to sell it or not? Objectively, this price really can't be sold. The old face pulled the old man, and the owner of the jewelry store was about to cry. When he met a man like Liamong, he deserved to be unlucky. The gangster, whose mouth was worn out and didn't bargain for the price, finally lost his patience. It seems that you don't want to. What are you going to do objectively? Rolling up his arms and sleeves, he spat, what are you doing? Robbery. Robbery. At first, she was terrified, then laughed loudly, and the jewelry store owner, covering her belly, was delighted. Just like you, the little girl wants to learn from robbers and come out to rob. Listen to uncle's words, and hurry home and get some milk. Quote. I eat my wife's milk. The good atmosphere was ruined, and the flaming forehead hit the counter with a fist. There was a muffled sound and flowers scattered on the counter, and everyone in the room was stunned. You. What are you? Robbery. The man is on the left, the woman is on the right, and the ladyboy is standing in the middle. All give me a little bit of agility. He ain't. You can't spend money these days. It's rare for you to be generous, you guys. I just want to make the young master angry. Look at your unlucky faces, you will be robbed when you go out. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. A large number of banknotes are in his hand, 151, 250-20, and gold stars in his eyes are scattered. Money, these are all money. It's better to spend other people's money, and I don't feel bad about selling the cubs. Boss, I want all the jewelry. Then, I'll give you the money. Don't say I won't give you the money, I'm not short of money. Silver tickets with the smallest denomination and slapping them on the face, the terrified boss burst into tears. 2 yuan is also called money, this kid is not a thing. Not to mention the robbery, but after the robbery, he even teased people. Don't I just sell 2 pieces of jewelry, is it easy for me? The scratched jewelry was packed and taken away, and Liamong, who even plucked a piece from someone else's neck, hummed a little song. Kimamaro, who was walking next to him, was very puzzled. If you don't like to pay for things, why would you rob people for money? This. The sentence was stunned for a long time, and Liamong sighed with bitterness on his face. People have to have a hope in this life. Bad guys like us definitely can't stay forever. In that case, it's better to leave eternal. People have to make an impression on the world in this life, don't they? Do all the bad things you can do while you are still young. When you are too old to move, it will be too late to do anything. Money, grab it now. In the future, there will always be a day when people will not be able to grab it. At that time, we will not do the lucrative profession of being a villain. After changing careers, the money will be the guarantee of life. Do you know what is the greatest pain in a person's life? When a person dies, the money is not spent. Kimamaro, you have to study hard with your brother. Ask for a monthly ticket. Brothers, there are 2 chapters left. For the new month, those who have votes will vote for one. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 79 _ the love left in the wind, the sad weeping. I really don't understand why Orochimaru-sama is interested in such a waste. You look at his useless. Heihei168.com. Okay, you're talking nonsense. We'll deal with the surveillance Anbu first, and then kidnap him. With a pink fist raised his head, Duoyu also sentenced the ninja who was watching in the dark to death. A poignant flower of blood drifted by, and the second assistant, who had been sitting by the pond in a daze since the morning, raised his head, and the third Tomo Sharingan slowly circled. Come out, the stinky mouse hiding in the dark. Now that you have solved the problem, those rubbish, presumably won't be so boring. Arrogant. There were 4 soft clicks, and the black shadows lined up looked up and raised their heads, all of them looking down on people. Seeing their familiar outfits, Sasuke's eyes flashed coldly. Who are you? What does it have to do with Orochimaru? The Otogakur Quartet, Dongmin Kidumaru. Simon is near. Southgate Jirobo. Baiman Duoyu also. On the orders of Orochimaru, Sama, I will take you back. HMPH, you want to take me away just because of your rubbish. Yuhi's third Tomo Sharingan tightened, and Sasuke's narrowed eyes burst into infinite murderous intent. The four of them were instantly enraged. Clean up this ignorant boy, who dares to timid us. Go. Leaping out with his toes, Sasuke saw the criminal gang rushing towards him, and Sasuke held 4 shuriken in the gap between his fingertips with his right hand, and instead of retreating, he rushed into the crowd. Sharingan, the technique of shuriken. The cross dart that came out of his hand swept through the crowd. Seeing an opponent who couldn't even cast a ninja weapon, the 4 of them all showed a sneering expression. But immediately, the ridicule turned into consternation. What happened? The tsunami thread that was wrapped around the radius reciprocated back and forth, and Sasuke, who stood behind the group of 4, put his feet on the end of the thread, and quickly formed 4 handprints on his chest, which would take more than a second. Seichen Mao Tora Dragon Flame Jutsu. The flames that flew out ignited backwards from the steel wire that was trampled at the bottom. The shrill scream didn't sound for half a second, and there were 4 more pieces of wood on the spot. Humph! Run as fast as you can. Slowly turning around, he turned to the 4 guys standing at the top of the tree pole. Urzuzi's eyes were full of ridicule. The 4 were furious. I just wanted to see if you were qualified as a container, but now it seems that we have underestimated you. Then, pack him up. The anger from Lu Meng spreads over Sasuke, and the 4 people who knew that the 2 were once in the same class had already made plans. The unlucky second assistant, you deserve to be so quilted, it is very dangerous to work with Liamong. Otogaku's secret art do. With his hands wide open, his head is stretched forward, and the left and right mouth is an invisible cannonball. The second assistant with the front chest against the back fell out of the distance in an instant, and 2 somersaults pressed against the chest. What was that just now? Don't be surprised, there are 7 beats in the art of sound killing, and you can enjoy them all. I promise, not one will be pulled down. Biting Kiba's teeth and stroking his hair, Zuo-jin's hideous expression was as much hatred as he was at people. Uchiha Sasuke got up, the wind rose, the clouds moved, the squeaking thunder Guangyao caught his eye. Near. It's alright, it still hurts. The left hand that had pierced the shoulder lifted, and he lifted up his foot and ripped off the shirt of Simon, who was kicked by Sasuke. Half of his body was covered in patterns. That is. This kind of frivolous attack is useless to me. Do you want the same power? Then come with us. Living in such a peaceful village will only make you cowardly. Uchiha Sasuke, don't forget the hatred, you does not belong to tranquility. Quote. Yin smiled and caressed his forehead, and Examen, who was intact as before, was full of teasing eyes. The second assistant's eyes were extremely cold. What do you all know? It's not what we know, but what Lord Orochimaru knows. We are only responsible for spreading the word, and you have to ask for specific things in person. I'll let you guys say it. There is a curse mark near Zuo, and so does Sasuke. Seeing the rapidly spreading black cloud pattern, the 4 of them were a little stunned, but immediately, one after another pattern appeared. 4-1, Sasuke was defeated. Standing in front of Urzuzi, who was slumped on the ground, Zuo-jin's malicious voice reminded him, if you use the curse mark too much, it will erode the whole body. You are only the first curse mark, and the erosion speed is not fast. You are no longer you. Orochimaru gave us strength, but also took away our freedom. Yuhi's hair fluttered and his eyes were blurred. Duo also laughed at himself and looked into the distance. If you want to gain, you must lose. You choose to leave and seek to find the truth. The power of, or to enjoy the so-called peace in this deceitful village. Those ninjutsu must have attracted attention just now. Let's distract the pursuers, think about it for yourself. Swish swish, come and go without a trace. Looking at the direction where the 4 people left, Urzuzi silently lowered his head. No one likes to live in deception. Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. One face after another flashed before his eyes, and Ursukuko suddenly looked at the night sky. It's time to make a decision. Resolutely returning to the room to turn on the lights, and looking at every familiar corner of the house, Sasuke leaned over to pack his bags. The time is short, and the organized schoolbag is on the back. One last look at the photos on the table, Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and that nasty guy clacked, and the photo button didn't lift again. Leave without looking back. There were 4 people distracted, and Sasuke's departure didn't attract anyone's attention. Until. Why are you hanging around here in the middle of the night? Seeing Haruno Sakura suddenly walking out of the street corner, Ursukako's pupils shrank. Sakura tugged at the corner of her clothes lonely, because I have to go through this place to leave the village, so I am often here. Go back to sleep. Why? Tears dripped down his cheeks, and Sakura's feet were full of tears. Why don't you want to tell me? Why don't you want to tell me anything? What's wrong with me? I can change. You're too annoying. Who cares about you so much? Let's save it. The words like a blade pierced deeply into her chest, and the girl with bright eyes and tears was eclipsed. So Sasuke still hates me. Do you remember? You said the same thing about me the day we just split classes, right here. Is there? Ursukako's answer was very low, as light as the wind. Sakura smiled bitterly. Yeah, that's right, it's been so long. Since then, you and I, Naruto and Liamong have completed a lot of tasks together. Although it's hard work, it's also very happy. I have inquired about the matter, but taking revenge alone will not make a person happy. Sasuke, can you stay here? Sakura, we are different. Dada turned back in 2 steps, staring at the tears on the girl's face. Sasuke's eyes were full of coldness. Yes, we have worked hard together, and I thought we should go all the way like that. But now, I found out that I was wrong in the past. Whether revenge or hatred, they are all hidden in false deception. I am going to find the truth that belongs to me, even if I give everything for it. So I can't be like you like Naruto. I'm leaving, and you should go home too. No, it's not like that. Didn't you say that being alone is very painful? In that case, why do you choose to move forward alone? I didn't understand it before, but now I feel it. I have relatives and friends, but if you leave, I will feel lonely too. Please, don't leave, okay? Sakura, we're just going in different ways. You still have your life, your parents, your friends, and your partner. Time will dilute everything, and you will soon forget me, just like everyone. They don't even want to mention that guy. No, it's not like this. You are different. Seeing Sasuke making up his mind to leave, Haruno Sakura collapsed, tears streamed down like a stream, and he couldn't hold back his inner feelings any longer. I like you very, very much. As long as we are together, I am happy. Every minute, every second, as long as you are by my side, I am so happy. For you, what am I willing to do it? So please. Suddenly raised face, a pair of crying Yuhi eyes stared straight at the boy who was about to leave. Haruno Sakura cried and swore an oath. If you want revenge, I am willing to help you. If you want to find the truth, I am willing to accompany you. You look for it together. Would you please stay? If you have to leave the village, I am willing to go with you. You're really as annoying as ever. Icy Cold turned around and left. Sasuke's words broke the girl's heart. Haruno Sakura is crazy about love. Don't go, or I will. The figure that disappeared suddenly stood behind. Haruno Sakura stopped her tears in a daze, and a familiar breath poured into her heart. Sakura, thank you. Sasuke. The happy smile turned into a stunned fear in less than a second. Uchiha, who slashed Sakura's neck with a knife, closed his eyes, and put the girl who loved him on the wooden chair. I'm sorry. The wind-blown apology seemed to pour into her heart, and the unconscious girl was still crying. Don't go. Sasuke. Ask for a monthly pass, has a chapter in the evening. Brothers and sisters don't know whether they like emotional dramas or not, or they like a little more violence. If you have any comments, please leave a message. Text Chapter-80 _ that idiot led the wrong way, quickly catch him back. What? Uchiha Sasuke defected? Yes, Hokage-sama. According to Haruno Sakura's description, I'm afraid this is the case. Hateful. With a slap on the table, Jiraiya's toad eyes, which had been tired for many days, turned into 8 characters. Why did Sasuke defect and who is he going to? Uchiha Itachi. This is possible, thinking about the incident that happened last time, and thinking about the information that was detected earlier, the lecherous immortal who was tied up in the village was extremely helpless. I knew there was a problem, but I couldn't leave it. Hokage, it's really a position that binds people, and even women have no time to watch. Go, call me Nara Shikamaru. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yawning and sitting at the dining table, Shikamaru's buttocks hadn't settled down yet. His father's wife, his mother, Nara Yoshino shouted loudly, "Hurry up and eat, your father today. I can't accompany you to practice when I'm on a mission." Quote. I see. It's enough to answer. What's your attitude? I see. Shikamaru raised his chin helplessly, and Shikamaru had a lawsuit all over his head. He started nagging early in the morning, which was really annoying. Bang bang bang. So early. Seeing the troublesome mother go to open the door, Shikamaru lowered his voice and looked at his father. "Hey, old bean, why do you want to marry such a fierce woman?" "Well, she's still gentle sometimes. Nothing else." Staring at Nara Shikaku with a head full of exclamation marks, Shikamaru was in amazement when a gentle voice came in. "Shikamaru, Lord Hokage of the 5th generation is looking for you." 5 generations of Hokage. The old man on the toad. Jiraiya's first meeting appeared in front of her eyes, and Shikamaru's forehead was full of hashtags. "Today is indeed a troublesome day. Do you really want to go? How do you feel so bad? Just got promoted to Chunin. There is a task, trouble, too much trouble." With reluctance to pack up his gear, Shikamaru followed Chunin, who had passed the word, to the office. As soon as I entered the door, I found that the atmosphere was not quite right. Lord Hokage, Anbu, who is sent to monitor Sasuke Uchiha, has been confirmed dead, and the state of the body is very strange. "I see, you go down first." The medical ninja who sent the message in a deep voice. Jiraiya stared at Shikamaru seriously. "You should have guessed that Uchiha Sasuke defected last night, and the 2 Anbu who monitored him died. So I can't rule out the possibility that someone will respond. I am now using the 5th generation. The identity of Hokage has issued a pursuit order to you, and it is best to bring it back alive. If you can't, you have the right to clear it." "Wait, Lord Hokage, such a task should be carried out by a 4-person team of Jonin and Chunin, and I also." "It can't be done." Toad's eyes darkened and he crossed his hands. Jiraiya explained apologetically, "All the Jonin that can be sent out in the village have already been sent out, and those who haven't been sent out have also made a decision like your father. So this I can only give you this mission. In 30 minutes, gather the genin you think is the best and then set off. Since this mission is too dangerous, I will give you the power to act arbitrarily. If not, retreat immediately to save the lives of the team members. Safety first. Be careful, there is a chance of an S-class missing nin this time." Quote. Class SS. His eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. The thing Shikamaru wanted to do now was to pass out. He had no idea what this newly appointed Hokage was going to do, to actually send a new Chunin to perform a mission where an S-rank enemy might appear. S-level, that should be done by a team of Jonin. Chunin is all cannon fodder when he goes. Your sister actually asked me to bring a team of genins to fight with them. Isn't this a life-threatening situation? Seeing the unstoppable astonishment on Shikamaru's face, the lecherous immortal touched his nose brightly. "Cough, don't do this, I still trust you very much. Besides, I recommend someone to you." What, how, that bastard? Wearing a green skin with a crooked hat on his head, Shikamaru's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at the yellow-haired boy screaming and jumping in front of him. Why should 5 generations Hokage recommend him? Is this crazy guy reliable? Wait, I'll be fine right away. Turning around and rushing into the house for a while rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Naruto rushed back after the storm-like noise, ran to the village entrance and asked, "Besides me, who else are you called? Of course it's a gangster, I can't trust anyone else. Thinking of the fireworks that shot into the sky just now, Shikamaru winked proudly. The time they ran to the door, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Akamichi Choji had been waiting for a long time. The little fat man was yawning with sleepy eyes and a piece of breakfast meat in his mouth. Akamichi's family dared to eat this in Konoha. Brothers, our task this time is difficult and dangerous. Okay, let's talk on the way. Patted Akamaru in his arms and signaled it to go down to the ground. Inazuka Kiba trusted Shikamaru's head very much, and he would definitely order to escape when he found something bad. We probably won't be able to run this time. What? 1, 2, 3, and 4 eyes flashed. Aburame Shino Inazuka Kiba Akamichi Choji was completely stunned. Naruto, who wanted to find Sasuke quickly, didn't care about that. Let's go quickly, we won't be able to catch up if it's too late. Shut up, there's no reason for you to speak here. Rolling his eyes coldly at the noisy Naruto, Inazuka Kiba looked at Shikamaru with a solemn expression. Don't worry, there are still 15 minutes before the departure time designated by Lord Hokage. Now, let's confirm our respective tasks. First of all, I need your absolute trust and obedience, because this time we are very likely to encounter an S-class missing. Nin. A dull thunder struck the forehead, except for Uzumaki Naruto, the guy who lacked a string in his head. The other 3 swallowed their saliva. SS class. Cage level. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed a fact. For this reason, Lord Hokage has given me the power to act arbitrarily. If I find that the situation is not right, I may immediately issue an order to retreat. At that time, no one is allowed to mess with me. Having said this, Shikamaru's eyes were extremely stern, and when he looked at Naruto, he paused, especially you, Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know why Hokage-sama recommended you to me. If you don't obey the order to retreat, for the sake of to ensure the safety of other people's lives, I will never let you live or die. Because that way, it is very likely that everyone's lives will be involved. The people I am looking for, I will be responsible for them. I know, but Sasuke. That's the second thing I'm going to say. There's a second point about the power that Hokage-sama has given me. If Sasuke Uchiha refuses to return, I have the power to issue a kill to clear it out. No, it's impossible. How could the lecherous immortal give such an order? I don't believe it. I'm going to go back and ask him. Crazy shook his head and turned to run, but the shadow of Zeulien stopped Naruto. If you don't want him to die, bring him back. I can only assure you that I won't order a kill unless it happens. Order. Well, there are 10 minutes left, and I need to set up a combat mission. If you leave, my squad won't need you anymore. Shikamaru. It is the duty of an excellent ninja to follow the captain's orders. I am the leader of the team now, and I don't need any disobedient players. I see. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto was shaking all over. Took out a piece of paper and unfolded it in public. Shikamaru muttered and began to give instructions. After 5 minutes, he raised his head and asked, "Do you understand? If not, start checking the ninja gear now, and leave on time in 5 minutes. Start checking your watch now, in case spread out, we're going to keep the time coming." The pocket watch pulled out from the kabuto bag of the jacket spread out to set the time, and Shikamaru matched everyone's equipment in turn. Just as the big guy was about to set off, a man stood in the corner. Take me one, please. Sakura. No. Why? He stared at Shikamaru suspiciously, and Naruto's eyes were full of puzzlement. Lord Hokage has already told me what happened last night. I'm sorry, but I can't take you there. Because even you can't convince Sasuke. And, selectively kept silent, Shikamaru had doubts about Haruno Sakura in his heart. Sasuke's close women are not reliable. Naruto is already troublesome enough. Bring her, in case of defecting, then. Sakura, you met Sasuke. Naruto, I burst into tears, and Haruno Sakura, who suddenly raised her head, was full of begging, please, Naruto, please, help me bring him back, please. I'm useless, I'll stop it. He can't leave. I have heard everything Shikamaru said just now. The only one who can save him now is you who can bring him back. Please Naruto, please bring him back, please. Unstoppable tears fell to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the girl in front of him. His heart was full of complexities, and after a while he smiled dryly. I know, in fact, I always knew Sakura likes Sasuke, so I can understand how sad you are right now. Don't worry, I will definitely bring him back, this is the promise of our life. Naruto. With a wow, tears soaked her clothes. Looking at the smiling teammates in front of her, Haruno Sakura had never felt so humbled for a moment. Thinking of all the things she had done to Naruto in the past, tears could not stop flowing. The words thank you were stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say it anyway. The people I love have their belongings, but the people who love me still don't. Shikamaru, it's time for us to go. Waving his sleeves without taking a cloud away, Naruto Uzumaki strode forward. Shikamaru, who took a while to react, pushed Inuzuka Kiba blankly. So what, did Sasuke run over there? Okay, it seems not. Then don't hurry up and chase. This idiot. I knew it would be good to have him. Catch it back and hack it to death. Steamed or Yuhi grilled. 1, 2, 3, 4, rumbling and running, looking at the direction where Shikamaru and the others were leaving, Haruno Sakura firmly grabbed the front of her clothes. At the same time, Liamong, who was dozing on the tiger's back, also opened his eyes. Kimimaro, we don't need to hurry on the road, don't we still have 4 of your subordinates? Although they are a bit useless, deal with Konoha. Enough of those guys. What we need to focus on is the Hokage succession ceremony. Money, money, it's all about making a fortune this time around. Master Orochimaru is very serious about Sasuke Uchiha. I can't let you down, let's hurry up. Okay, just do what you say. West Wind, run fast, he's aiming, it's really a deadly rhythm. I hope those guys can be smarter, they won't be so stupid, right? Ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, tomorrow at the 7th watch, the big show will start, and it is guaranteed to refresh everyone, as evidenced by the previous Chunin exam. Trust the cloud, yes.